connection with Amrita Mahotsav program of the MGM College, Department of Commerce hosts a 2-day international conference on the theme Sustainable Global Business Development. I wish the seminar a grand success. Thank you, one and all.
Hello everyone. I am delighted to know that the Department of Commerce, MGM College, Udupi, will be organizing a 2-day international conference on sustainable global business development, breaking barriers and empowering change on 13th and 14th June 2024. I consider myself fortunate to have grown along with this department. I am pleased to see this legacy continues under the leadership of Sri Satish Bhai, the President of the Trust, Dr. H.S. Ballard, the President of the Academy of General Education, Manipur, C.A. Varadarayappai, the Secretary of Academy of General Education, Professor Karant, the Principal of MGM College, Udupi. I also glad to see the vision of Mallika Shetty for conceiving the idea of this international conference. I wish best of luck for the entire conference. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, this is Suresh, Senior Faculty Member from Government Degree College, Kukatpalli, Hyderabad. I am very eagerly waiting to see you all on 13th June at an international seminar hosted by Department of Commerce, MGM College, Udupi. My special congratulations to MGM College for successfully completing the academic journey of 75 years and unveiling their Platinum Jubilee celebrations.
Hello all, good day to esteemed guests, distinguished speakers and fellow attendees. My name is Srinidhi Vasan, currently a student at HULT International Business School. I am honored to send my best wishes for the International Conference on Sustainable Global Business Development.
Udupi is a coastal city of Karnataka, awaiting your participation for International Conference MGM COMSUSCON 2024. The conference is organized with the theme Sustainable Global Business Development, Breaking the Barriers and Empowering the Change.
Very good morning to all the participants and delegates and the coordinators of this international seminar. Please actively participate and take the benefit of this international seminar, and I thank and congratulate my staff members in advance. They strive hard for the success of this international seminar.
Namaste. The Department of Commerce is organizing the 2-day international conference. A hearty welcome to all the delegates from different parts of the country. I wish the conference a great success.
Thanks to all, MGM College Udupi, the Department of Commerce, is organizing 2 days international conference on sustainable global business development, breaking barriers and empowering change on 13th and 14th June 2024. A hearty welcome to all the delegates, teaching fraternity, corporates, research scholars, and all the PG students. Department of Commerce is highly expecting and extending a warm welcome to all of you to this 2 days international conference. Your presence will undoubtedly enrich the academic discourse and enhance the overall quality of this event. I, Dr. Malika Shetty, being a conference secretary, look forward to welcome you all to this 2 days international conference on sustainable global business development, breaking barriers and empowering change. A hearty welcome to all of you. Thank you one and all.
In connection with Amrita Mahotsav program of the MGM College, Department of Commerce hosts a 2-day international conference on the theme Sustainable Global Business Development. I wish the seminar a grand success. Thank you one and all.
Hello everyone. I am delighted to know that the Department of Commerce, MGM College, Udupi, will be organizing a 2-day international conference on sustainable global business development, breaking barriers and empowering change on 13th and 14th June 2024. I consider myself fortunate to have grown along with this department. I am pleased to see this legacy continues under the leadership of Sri Satish Pai, the President of the Trust, Dr. H.S. Ballard, the President of the Academy of General Education, Manipal, C.A. Vardra Pai, the Secretary of
Commit
Academy
yourself
of General
to
Education.
lifelong learning. The most valuable asset you ever have is your mind and what you put into it. Good morning, everyone. I, Subiksha, from 3rd BCom, standing before you as a Master of Ceremony. We are on the second day of the auspicious 2 days international conference, MGM COMSUSCON 2024. I heartily welcome you all. We are starting the second day with panel discussion. Today we have with us the moderator of the session, C.A. Sridhar Kamath, practicing chartered accountant, and 4 panelists, Dr. Smita Nayak, Additional Professor, Department of Humanities and Management, Manipal Institute of Technology, MAHE, Mrs. Sarita Santosh, CEO, Sunshine Travel, Manipal, Dr. P.N. Udaya Chandra, Retired Principal, SDM College, Ujire, Ms. Ananya, Student, MGM College. I request Ms. Kavya to escort the dignitaries to the dais. I call upon Ms. Raksha of Pioneer BCom to introduce our honorable moderator and panelists.
Good morning all. Good morning all. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to the international conference. I'd like to introduce the moderator and the panelists for today's panel discussion. C.A. Sridhar Kamath. Mr. Sridhar Kamath is a partner of Kamath & Co. Chartered Accountants, Udupi. He qualified as a Chartered Accountant in July 2005, having secured All India 31st rank in CA Intermediate. Mr. Sridhar is now a fellow chartered accountant and a diploma in information systems audit from ICAI. He is also a Bachelor of Business Management from Mangalore University. On his qualification, he worked for 2 years as a management trainee and then as a part of international audit team at Reckitt Benckiser India Limited at Gurgaon. He is a founding partner of Kamath & Co., a firm of chartered accountants based out of Udupi. The firm engages in tax consultancies, audit services, internal audits, and a whole host of statutory compliances to its client base ranging from software, manufacturing, retail trade, startups, and others. He also teaches as a staff faculty at Mahatma Gandhi Memorial College, Udupi, on income tax for BCom vocational course and CA intermediate at Trisha coaching classes, Udupi. Mr. Sridhar is also a distinguished Toastmaster in Toastmasters International. I request Vanitha ma'am to florally welcome Mr. Sridhar Kamath. Thank you, ma'am. Up next, Dr. Smita Naik. Dr. Smita Naik earned her PhD in the field of Commerce and Management from Manipal University and MBA from TA Pai Management Institute, Manipal. She commenced her stint in the education sector with years of industry experience and a rich exposure of a decade with her family business. She is a recipient of the prestigious Erasmus Mundus Scholarship for Doctoral Mobility for the year 2015-16, which she pursued at the European School of Business, Germany. Dr. Smita has presented her research work at many international conferences and has many national and international publications to her credit. She was honored at the 5th Conference on Business and Social Science for her academic achievement in recognition of her understanding contribution to academia in Malaysia in 2019. Presently, she is an additional professor at Manipal Institute of Technology, Mahe. I request Malika ma'am to florally welcome her. Mrs. Sarita Santosh. Mrs. Sarita Santosh did her higher education in the leading Jai Hind College, Mumbai, and has completed her training in Air India Mumbai office of airline reservations. Born to a business family, Mrs. Sarita has always had a great compassion for entrepreneurship. She started Sunshine Travels on 10th January 2001 as a home-based travel agency. Today, it is the most preferred travel company in Manipal. She has received Adani and Spandana Business Excellence Award as the Best Woman Entrepreneur in Udupi District in 2016 and also Best District Chairperson Award, Best Lioness Club, multiple district award and many more. She is also the panel member of Government of Karnataka Department of Women and Child Health. I request Mamata ma'am to florally welcome her. Dr. P.N. Udaya Chandra. Dr. P.N. Udaya Chandra received his doctorate degree as well as masters from Mangalore University. He was a Dean of Commerce and Management, founder registrar and a retired principal of SDM College, Ujjire. Dr. P.N. Udaya Chandra has been recognized as research guide from Tumkur University and Mangalore University and successfully guided MPhil and doctoral students complete UGC funded and ICSSR funded research projects, authored textbooks for degree students. He is currently a freelancer engaging in research, consultancy and publication. I request Anil sir to florally welcome him. Ananya. Ananya is a third-year Bachelor of Commerce vocation student of MGM College and also a CA aspirant. She has a handicraft and jewelry side business. She spends her free time reading contemporary fiction and also enjoys finding hidden laws and conspiracies in art, books, and pop culture. An interesting fact about Ananya is that during COVID-19 lockdown, she taught herself how to read and write in Braille, the writing system used by blind people. This is her proudest achievement. I request Kavya ma'am to florally welcome her. Sorry. With this brief introduction, I present before you the moderator and all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Raksha. Now the time has come. I would like to request C.S. Sridhar Kaman to take over the session. Stage is all yours, sir.
Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to day 2 of the International Conference at MGM College. I would like to begin by thanking the organizers of this conference, the Department of Commerce of the college, for giving me and all of us an opportunity to come before you and express our views on a topic on which I and most of us are quite passionate about. That is there a paradigm shift that is happening in commerce and management, and are we ready to face this paradigm shift? Now, as we have been told as students, commerce and management is the lifeblood of any economy. No matter from which background you are, you need to ace commerce to excel in life. Whether you are a salaried person, you need to manage your money. If you are a businessman, commerce is the lifeblood of your entire day. If you are a retired person, once again, you need to manage your finances. So no matter what background you are from, commerce and management play a very epic role in the way you function. But they also say that everything in life is constant except change, which means you must be prepared to face change every other day of your life. No doubt in the past 20 to 25 years, a huge shift has happened in the way we live, and technology has played a huge part in the way things have shifted. Technology has made a lot of things better in our life, there is no doubt. A lot of things are much, much better in our life when compared to what they were 20 years back or 25 years back. They have made things easy, they have made things convenient for us, but they have also made all of us very, very complacent. Whom we call smart people today, are they fitting properly in today's corporate world or commercial world? To give you a very simple example, I am a practicing chartered accountant, and one grouse that the CA community has with the newly qualified graduates is that most of them don't fit into the office. They wouldn't know anything despite acing BCom or BBA or a BMS exam. A lot of them don't know the basics of the subjects that they are taught inside their class or inside the college. Therefore, the question arises, yes, there is a paradigm shift. Everyone is seeing it. A lot of things have changed and will keep changing in the years lying ahead of us. But are we prepared to face this change? And to take us through the panel discussion, we have got 3 dignitaries who have joined us from outside the college and a student of the college herself who is doing BCom in the college. So we have Mrs. Sarita Santosh, who is the only industry representative for the entire international 2-day conference. For the entire 2-day international conference, she is the only industry representative. Every other person who has joined is having an academic background. She is the only person who comes from a business perspective. We have got Dr. Smita Nayak, who has a combination of business and academic perspective. And we have got Dr. P.N. Udayachandra, who has got more than 30 years of teaching experience. So in the course of the next 1 hour, we will carry this panel discussion forward in the form of a question and answer session. And I would also expect the audience to be a little more interactive and ask whatever queries that there are in your mind. We will begin with introductory remarks from each of the 3 dignitaries, and then I will ask Ms. Ananya to pitch in with her feedback. But we will start with introductory remarks from each of the 3 dignitaries. I would request you to give your introductory remarks for 2 or 3 minutes on, do you think there is a huge shift in the way commerce and management has conducted itself in the past few years? Paradigm basically means a complete shift in the way commerce and management has happened to what it was 20-25 years back to what it is now. So do you think there is a shift in commerce and management? You can take the mic and help yourself. Yes, I think that will work.
Good morning. Firstly, thank you to the organizers for giving us an opportunity. This is a wonderful and relevant topic for panel discussion. Me coming from the academic fraternity, I'd like to highlight a few issues which I feel are relevant and which have brought in a lot of change in the academic industry. First and foremost, digitization. As you put it across, Gen Z, which is the digital generation. Probably 50% of what my son knows, I do not know. That's the quality and that's the knowledge base that the Gen Z has. Just a quick question to all the Gen Z students here. How much time do you spend on technology? What is the screen time per day? Quickly, can I have around 2-3 answers? Screen time? Okay, I hear roughly 6, 7, 8. Okay. There's a study taken by PwC which says that screen time globally is around 8 hours per day. All right? And out of which, where do you spend these 8 hours? Gen Z is supposed to be spending around 4 hours on entertainment, 3 hours on social media, and only 1 hour on learning. Okay? This is the dismal use of technology. Yes, technology has been our big blessing. We don't have to refer to encyclopedias. And I mean, all the panelists, probably not you, could probably relate to this. We did refer to encyclopedias. Now it's just Google. I just have to type in and the entire narrative is displayed on Google. This is one of the important changes which has taken place. The other one from the academic industry is globalization. How globalization or internationalization has influenced what we do and what we teach. A lot of universities have started exploring international cooperation, probably in the academic as well as research sector. So this is one important blessing to the faculty and students. For students, for international mobility, which has again given them a chance to look at what's happening across the world in the form of semester abroad programs, or it could be a summer immersion program. For faculty, it can be on faculty mobility for research, for conference attendance, for any other academic exchange as well. Now, these two important changes have taken place addition to, all right, one important factor which has driven this change also is research, all right. From the research perspective, we expect our students as well to involve themselves in research, which is not happening because they do not have the skill sets to do so. Abroad, there are a lot of institutes who cultivate the culture of research at a very young age. A student at the age of 9th grade, 10th grade is expected to contribute to research. That's the level of proactive approach which they adopt, which is not there. And that's where the research skill set and the networking skill set, these are the changes which I've observed over the past few decades. I think I've been in the industry for two decades now. And to sum up, these are my introductory remarks and the changes which I've observed in the academic fraternity.
So digital skills, globalization, and an emphasis on research is what Dr. Smita is pointing out. Regarding screen time of the audience, none of them raised their hands, but I'm pretty sure it is less than 24 hours per day. So I would now request Dr. P.N. Udayachandra to talk from his 30 years of teaching experience.
Okay. Basically, I congratulate the organizers for having this program, and most importantly inviting me. And second, I congratulate the Sridhar Kamath, CA Sridhar Kamath, for making a beautiful homework which has reduced our timing, and if the time permits, I think for all the students it can be circulated with some notes. So when I sit here, the youngsters and others, whatever I speak becomes history. So I look at the changes from an historical perspective. So the first, it was in the beginning of the 80s, where I graduated and I did my post-graduation. Then 91, LPG, they mentioned opening up, privatization, and then 2000 onwards. So what I observe, see, there is a shift in the as far as the shift in the commerce and management education per se is not, is not very, very significant, but say the policy perspectives have changed. Policy perspectives and the opportunities. Now here, most importantly, we have to take into account, say whatever the institutions you take. It is a very personal, I think with the permission I will share. My daughter studied in Erasmus University, LLM. So there she took Dutch, because it is in Holland. So she said she is learning Dutch. As a parent, I said, you take French. Then immediately my daughter replied through Skype, Appa, it does not make any sense. Why, I asked. If I get good score in Dutch language, I will get 1,000 euros. 1,000 euros is not a joke. So now here, that is what we promote. Then when I had been to her graduation day, I met the dean. So there the scenario is totally different. So here somehow we struck with the 55% percentage by UGC and 16 hours. No more, no less. If it is more, you adjust. So the research is, as rightly observed, research is shrinking. Now, you find that he has rightly said there is a mismatch. I have observed this mismatch. Mismatch in the content. Content we say. Now the content may be excellent, but if the pedagogy is not learner promoting, then again it happens. Today you will find, whenever I look into the result, everyone is 95, 98, 99. Sometimes I wonder, if I am completed my MCOM with the same result, 57%, I would have been nowhere. Today no one will be getting in their BCom, in the graduation or post-graduation, everything. But if you are, based on their marks card, if you interact, you will observe they lack this universal skill sets. Now we have to focus on, along with the core, he has very well said it. Say there is one excellent book published by Tata McGraw-Hill, that is Back to Basics. So what he says is the Back to Basics, where each course has something unique proposition. Whether you come out of the BCom, completion of the BCom, just remember one thing, the society is expecting. There is one big board when you enter into the Bangalore University. It was issued by one of the famous the software companies doing with the, say, accounting package. They say, so long there exists a business, we need one accountant. Study first accountant. Now, see here, what happens, unless you imbibe these basic precepts, then it is easy. Otherwise, you will find there is much competition, and you may not believe when I joined, it was some 50 students, one batch. When I retired, we had 4 batches of commerce. 4 batches of commerce, 1 batch of BCom, and 2 batches of MCom. Now my question is where they go, where they can be accommodated. But to accommodate, they need to have they have to perform. So my question to the whole audience and everyone, how best we can make this degree education vibrant, contemporary, and performing.
Dr. Uday Chandra also comes with a very rich administrative experience as well. So we will talk to him more on the infrastructure aspect of commerce and management education. But here we have someone who comes from industry. Now, Mrs. Sarita Santosh is in the receiving end of the whole paradigm shift in commerce and management. When we talk about what are the problems and what the solutions are, she is the suffering part where there is a change that has taken place. She is not getting enough inputs from the commerce and management academics and perhaps is suffering. I'm not talking about her individual business as such, but the industry in general. So today she will provide you with an industry perspective as to tomorrow when you qualify and step out of this campus into the corporate world, what can you expect? What are the changes that have happened and what can you expect? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning and thank you for the opportunity. So what I would like to say is, what is a vision? A vision of India being a superpower, correct? Do we not have a vision of India being a superpower? Yes or no? Yes, energy please. As he said, sir has said that there should be vibrancy. The industry is a vibrant, growing economy. Am I right? India is one of the most vibrant growing economy, and I as an industry representative would like to tell you that we have to work as a common community with a common goal of making India the superpower what we want in 2030. Now how do we achieve that? Each one working individually or each one working together? Academics and industry have to work hand in hand. What I feel is so many years India is putting a lot of efforts into academic education, qualification, marks, but are we making individuals ready for taking on responsibilities in the work front? See, when I grew up, it was either science, arts, commerce. If you don't like science, you take commerce. If you don't like arts, you take commerce. But we have to change that perspective. Since childhood, I wanted to get into business, and it was like I wanted to understand tourism. I was very excited about tourism because of my geography teacher. So each one of you have a potential to contribute a lot to the vision of India being a superpower. How we can do that is collaborating with the best brains that we have in India, like the one seated here, and students who are game changers with a different innovative thinking, and together I think we can achieve the goals. So I as an industry representative would like to see more interaction of the students. From 12th they should be counseled. We should understand what are their skill sets, and then according to their skill sets and aptitude and little bit of grooming overall, put them in the connected industry, and then get the best brains of that industry and help them to charter their career in that particular industry. If we could do that, India is definitely on the path to great success. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sarita. Now I would like to bring Ananya into this whole discussion, because Mrs. Sarita has pointed out a very important point, that there need to be regular interactions between the academia and business. Only then, not just business, but even the academia will grow, and it's always a collective effort rather than individual effort. So I had spoken to Ananya yesterday and I had asked her, what are the job prospects of a newly qualified commerce graduate? I had asked her to talk to her peers who are in the third year and are on the verge of leaving the college. Have they been placed? And her seniors who are perhaps placed in the last year. What was their feedback? What was the kind of job prospect that was open to them and open to your peers?
when it comes to the previous year's graduates, there were about 10 companies that came to this college and 60 people were recruited of the previous year, but very few have taken up the jobs. The jobs that were given were under tax consultancy, financial analytics and banking. But the jobs that the interviewers here, they were asked on subject matter as well as their personal questions, such as how do you deal with stress and things like that. In the current year, we've been given multiple opportunities with interviewers with different companies, but from what I heard from my peers, about 70 to 80% of my classmates are pursuing higher studies. About 5% are going into professions where they are pursuing CA, CS, CMA, and then there is a very small majority who are either undecided or confused, or someone who has been told in their home that they cannot go into further studies. So that is a very small number. Those going into professions is also a very small number, but those going into higher studies is a larger number. But when I asked them, why do you want to go into higher studies? The answer was, isn't that the next step? Not because I want to do this, but because that is how I should do it. So that is the perspective I got from my classmates.
I would like to bring Dr. Udaya Chandra on this point. I would just paraphrase what Ms. Ananya has told, that the students are of the view that the present system is very inadequate. If you are talking about undergraduation, is highly inadequate. So they would want to go for a professional course, an additional course, higher studies. The ones who directly get into business or jobs is very less, and some of them are even undecided. So is there something lacking in our infrastructure that the students are feeling very insecure?
Okay.
You are representing the non-autonomous part of education as well as the autonomous part. I believe in autonomous you are given a lot of elbow room to make changes the way you want in an educational institution. So what is your perspective on the infrastructure component of education these days?
Okay, now Sarita Santosh made a very valid point. Even now, if the marks is more in SLC, they say you take science. And if the boy finds the science is difficult, then you shift to commerce or arts. That is one linear thinking present in the parents, number one. And second, the infrastructure here means unless there is need to be funding. Now even in NEP, when they adopted this European model of credit, open elective and mandatory elective, they never made a budgetary provisions. That is the unfortunate part. Now because I have the personal experience that my daughter studied abroad, so I have my own practical experience. So that type is not there. So once she asked, she said she has taken one open elective. I said the Dutch language related open elective. Then I said, how many students are there? Then she said, the professor came and said, every year, every time I used to have one digit students, this time it is 2 digit. I asked, how much? 12. Can you imagine in India? Any famous, I retired from a very prestigious college, there 12 students means no, you take this. So choice based has become compulsory based. Who should? So what we need is, there should be a paradigm shift in the policies. See, okay, earlier government, they never bothered. When they bought in NEP, they could have made a provision for budgetary allocation, infrastructure. So here in the infrastructure, you can't say that you can teach in the garden. If you say you teach in the garden like Shantiniketan, then immediately the parents will say, "Aat duddu korodu, allu ka kalpoda." So immediately they say, and you said about the digitization. Now here, earlier I still remember, it was considered as what you call varnashram, Brahminical. To enter into the computer lab, you have to remove your chappal, shoe. But now everyone can walk in. So suddenly in the first part, it was okay. Later part, it became generic. So now so generic that in high school also they teach. In high school also there is a provision for computer. I do not know when the number is more, to what extent he will learn, number one. And today, because of the COVID, this online teaching started. In the online teaching, when there was an online teaching, I do not know, only for maximum 5 hours the teaching process will take place. In the remaining time, I still remember my neighbor, once we had a visitor, so when I came out, the parent was, her mother was saying, ಅವ ರಾತ್ರಿ 12 ಗಂಟೆವರೆಗೆ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ನೋಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಎಂತ ಅದು ನೋಟ್ಸ್ ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ. ಅವ ಎಂತ ನೋಡ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು?
ಎಂತ ನೋಡ್ತಾನೆ ಹೇಳಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಡಿಸ್ಕಸ್ ಬೇಡ. But moving forward, I would just want
I'll complete this. So this is how. So now there is a paradigm shift in the policy makers. If we make it very fast, then there is a hope. Policy makers. Otherwise, the content and the pedagogy and the placements, any websites, there is improving.
Dr. Smita, he has pointed out a very important point. The underlying dissatisfaction in his whole argument is that there is lack of money in India's education. That's the underlying dissatisfaction. People sitting at the top are not willing to invest into critical areas in this country, education and healthcare. No matter what kind of vision and dreams we have as a country to grow, we call it Amrit Kal, and at 2047 we see ourselves at a particular level. Without these two critical areas, education and healthcare, being invested in, the country may not grow. Now, you come from Mahe, which is probably blessed with the better monetary resources when compared to the other institutes. Are you actually seeing visible change if there is investment in education?
Okay, I look at it from this perspective. Coming from Mahi, we feel that it's a very rich organization. But of course, even at Mahi, we look at economies. It's not that we have a complete choice-based, it's also compulsory-based choices as well, all right? Secondly, we look at bridging the gap between the industry and the academia and how we do it. I think this is one important factor which has to be driven home. One way is making our curriculum totally industry-centric, okay? Where we are involving our alumni, where we are involving industry people, representatives in building the curriculum and designing a course keeping the industry needs in mind. Secondly, we look at finances. At Mahe, we also have a provision where the faculty can go to the industry, acquire the skills, come back to the institute and share that know-how with the students and the peers. I think this is one of the key incentives, key investments which Mahe is doing. I'm not sure whether it is scalable because government universities, to what extent this policy can be adapted, but at deemed university level, I'm sure such initiatives are very much welcome because the faculty also needs to upgrade. We can't be a frog in the well. We need to upgrade our skills, and definitely as a university, we are looking at investments on upgrading our faculty. The other way of doing it is the university is also investing a lot of amount on simulations. Simulations which gives the students a practical knowledge on what the industry is. So investment wise in pedagogy is also important. So one is on upgrading of faculty, secondly upgrading of the pedagogy which we adopt at the university.
But the larger point that you make is the point that Mrs. Sarita initiated in the beginning, that there need to be more interactions between industry and students. What could be the levels of interactions that are possible? If you could just throw light on what way the knowledge of the business leaders of today can be used by the academia so as to expand its own scope.
All of us will agree that the best companies, multinational companies of the world are headed by Indians. So that just proves how India is performing globally. Now, how does it affect our economy? Like as you said, investment in education. What is investment in education? What is investment in education, children? What do you feel? Is it fancy buildings? Or investing in the mind of a child? Yeah, and do we do that? How much do we do that? If you look at the government schools around, what are we doing to make sure, see, irrespective of the background a child is born into, it can be from a very financially well-off family, or it could be from the slums which are right next to the DC office, the migrant worker children. That child is a resource for India. Do you agree? It's a human resource for India to build India. What are we investing in the children? Is it Euro Kids and Kidsy? You pay a good amount of money and you make a fancy building? I don't think so. Why don't we invest in the primary education? Build a kind of a feeling that the child has to have a goal for himself. You cannot just go by life without a goal or a vision or some kind of a you have such great Indians who could be role models. Why don't we bring them and help craft these minds? See all these children, how much is the mind crafted? Our 3 years in MGM college, such a one of the most prestigious university colleges around, like how much are we investing in the mind of all the children who are coming to MGM? So that when they complete the course, they are industry ready and industry is ready to, grab these brilliant minds. So what you said was investing in education is definitely priority, but how? Not in infrastructure, but the kind of amazing teachers, leaders, and getting the industry leaders to talk to the children, to create a mind shift that life is about achieving greatness, not through fancy mobiles, but through your work and your commitment.
Absolutely.
Just to add on, the industry interaction with the academic fraternity can also be rooted through alumni. Mahi banks a lot on the alumni which we have, and rich alumni across the world who with great skill sets and great know-how of how the industry functions. So I think at every institute, probably not at Mahi, but every institute has a huge, rich alumni base. Every institute can invite them, probably for a guest lecture, for an interaction, a seminar like this. I think these are such platforms where we can get our alumni back to campus to share their experiences with the students. I think that's one important factor which we can bank on.
Very interesting ideas, but I would just like a student's perspective before Dr. Uday Chandra contributes. I would have some question for you too. But in your 5 years of commerce education, what is the kind of interaction that has taken place as a typical commerce student, either at PU level or at the BCom level, with the outside corporate world? What is the kind of interaction that happens as of now?
I am a tax vocation student. So one of the first things that are taught in this college is that a CA comes to teach us income tax. So although I can understand that a teacher can teach us everything in the syllabus, a CA brings in a perspective that the teachers can't. He would tell us his own experiences while explaining the sections. So it made it more easier for us to understand. Apart from that, there are obviously seminars and conferences like these held where we get to learn from the industry specialists who come here. There is also project work that was introduced in this year. So I did a project related to income tax. So I was able to speak to about 6-7 CAs personally, so grow my network around that. There is something else introduced in the NEP called as the Future Skills app, which allows us to take courses on our own. While I understand that these are all steps moving forward, I would say that it is insufficient. It isn't enough, although it is necessary, but I would say more of it would be more beneficial for us.
Now I would want Dr. Uday Chandra's perspective. Sir, since childhood we have always been taught or told that there is a gap between theory and practice. This mantra have continued even to today, and I'm pretty sure that when I turn 80 and I'm on deathbed, I would be saying the same thing. There is a gap between theory and practice. When will we bridge this gap, sir? When will the academia learn to live with the outside world, understand their needs, and cater to their needs.
Okay, right. Don't mistake me that I am looking very critically or negative. So always we have to accept one fact that life is not logic. Life is not logic, one. The second one, there is inequality. Inequality, and we can call it in a romanticizing it, we live in the divided world, digitally divided, urban and rural. See, we experimented in our college. So we also started BVOC, BCom taxation. We could not find in Beltangadi now, there is one chartered accountant, two chartered accountants. That is 2020 she established. Unfortunately or fortunately, I inaugurated. Then she said, sir, you should not. Then I said, we will send some internees. Sir, you have to send only ladies. She's a girl. She's a lady. You have to send, and I don't have big office. You can send only two. And our own students, when I calculated in SIRC Mangalore, total chartered accountants from our college, there are more than 400.
More than 400?
400 in the, say from 1966 onwards, because the Siddhavana, free hostel and everything. So I asked one of the, sir, so whoever the chartered accountant from Mangalore coming, for 2 hours interaction, then to Dharmasala, then going home. Because he used to say, openly he said, one of my own student, I don't want to name him, he said, sir, ನಾನು ಆಫೀಸಲ್ಲೇ ಕೂತರೆ ನನಗೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ ನನಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಗುವುದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಆಫೀಸಲ್ಲೇ ಕೆಲವು ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಸಾಕು ಅಂತ. ಸಿ ಅರ್ಬನ್, now in MGM it is okay. You have more chartered accountants. If X is not coming, Y you can accommodate. So after because it was UGC funded, so they say 5 years. After 5 years, we abandoned it. Number one. Then we became autonomous. So when you became the autonomous college, you can have the contemporary, but there are regulations. So what the university regulation says is you can't completely change the syllabus as such, only some percentage. Because even today, the regulations you adopt, the college adopts the regulation, you have to take it from the university. If the autonomous college regulations are inconsistent with the university regulations, then they have the right to scrap it. So what we do is 30% change, because there is a procedure of the checks and balances that you have to have 3 question papers. You have to sending outside.
The curriculum officially doesn't take into consideration any interaction with the outside world, sir?
Outside world is complete. See, we have framed a syllabus, industry interaction. They came and said, you teach this subject, it's very good. When we teach the subject, the regulation says, though we are, the autonomous colleges are conducting the examination, there is a very strict procedure, I do not know in Mahe. In SDM, in aided colleges, it is. So we need to have 3 sets of question paper. For the 3 sets of question paper, we have to have a approved BOE list, Board of Examiners. So in some of the Board of, suppose we send a completely a new topic, then the paper setters will say, I have not taught this. I have not taught this. And again, there are restrictions that once the examination is over, you have to give the result and everything. So 20 to 25%, and the remaining one, we will have the certificate course. Even the UGC supported certificate course, where you can have in the certificate course, the evaluation, everything is different. So we have one certificate course designed by the students and the alumni, chartered accountants, office automation and bookkeeping. The number was restricted to 30. So those who are from Beltangadi, Madantyar, and then say the Coorg, see ours is the catchment area, Chikmagalur, they should go and meet. Such flexibility has not brought in because it is the policy making. So unless and otherwise our policy makers change, policy makers mindset changes. Then you said about the infrastructure. You just, if you have a random walk in any of the colleges, there may be a computer lab. All these CSR funded, the funding by the companies, it's only to establish lab. Only to establish lab. We have a solar research lab in SDMIT. Even we will go. It is computerized. they never give any assistance. So what happens, I had a very good friend, now he's in States. So he used to do it because he had a property in Karimanel. So when his mother expired, he shifted to US. Now that lab is there, there is no
one to take care of it.
Because if the management appoints a staff, they will give him one scale.
Yes.
Whereas he was a local and he was from the company. So the company used to give because he opted that his mother is serious, the father, so he has to come here. See, there are a lot of things which are, unless you are a part of that,
very difficult to
very
understand.
difficult. Then I noted it, divide, and then the parents. And now you should remember, when we started our career, it was first generation people. So they used to, the parents as well as the students used to listen. Now that is not the case. It is a second
generation. Who doesn't listen now?
No one.
No one listens.
You are, now just tell me, the parents, I will tell you. If you meet any of the parents in a social gathering, first they ask, what your son is doing in SLC. Then, see, our neighbor completed his BE and he is now in US. So if you suppose a boy or girl says that I wanted to do the BCom, then BCom, See, now, okay, CA is okay. In CA there is a professional touch, and again you should remember, sometimes our subjects are more governed by the regulations.
Yes.
See, now because of the GST, suddenly there was a demand for BCom graduates.
Huge demand. Very huge demand. There is still a lot of demand.
Yes, but now only the question is with the AI. With the AI.
Sir, we'll come to the digital skills part. Dr. Smita wanted to put something.
Just to add to what sir is saying, frequency of curriculum update, very, very dismal. At Mahi or at private universities, we do it once in a year.
Every year?
Every year, because we've all started our discussion with the notion change is uncertain. We have to upgrade ourselves every year. We redesign or add or delete some part of our portion, probably a know-how, or it could be the skill set. We add something which adds value to our student, and that's very, very important. To what extent is our other colleges doing it? How frequently are they upgrading the curriculum? That's one issue. And secondly, faculty. Are faculty upgrading themselves? There is a need for us to upgrade our skill sets. Just because we are in the teaching fraternity doesn't mean that we are stable. We also need to upgrade our skills. Because to be relevant, to make the next generation relevant to society, we have to upgrade. I think that's one.
Is there a problem, therefore, to find good teachers these days? Teaching is a noble profession. There is a Teachers' Day that we all celebrate. But are we finding the right talent coming to the teaching profession?
We celebrate and we keep quiet. Number one. And I wanted to add here, say by default, because we teach taxation, every year it changes. So a teacher handling taxation, income tax, direct tax,
has to keep himself up to date.
Himself upgraded. So that's why you will find only youngsters take that, seniors don't teach that subject, number one. Because he has to refer, but they do it. Now, then the second one, always I say, in democracy, elections matter. Philosophy lost. In education, examination and marks matter. Philosophy lost. We are lost.
The aptitude and attitude has gone for a toss.
Yes.
It's all.
So you will find, unless there is a, say in the classes, a boy will spend around 5 hours in the class. 5 hours in the class, weekly 16 hours, weekly 32 hours including languages. So you will find they will arrange the programs. So alumni interaction, my student is here, alumni interaction and all programs are, they do. But still, if for the student there is an orientation program, but for the teachers, that orientation program is not
just
there.
Not that.
But there it is only for the aided staff. It is only for the UGC staff.
Yes,
See,
yes.
That dichotomy is there.
Yes. Now,
Okay.
I'll shift the gears a bit. I'll ask a very personal question to Mrs. Sarita. So, you have had a commerce education. You got into business. How much of the official formal commerce education that you have had helped you out in business? Did you suffer? Did you learn? Did you unlearn and then learn? What was the whole process? You are now running a very successful travel company, and now I'm pretty sure you have shifted gates and you are totally into business now. If you could remember your formal commerce education, how much of it was helpful in today's world? You can be critical, it's totally okay.
Definitely. See, the first, as you know, teachers are our parents. So from the home front, my dad is a businessman. So from childhood, please understand that you have to understand yourself first. What is it that you have different from others? Okay, so I understood that very early because I used to read a lot of stories about industrialists who have achieved greatness in industry. So I was very much fascinated with success stories. I used to read about them, and my dad was a living example of a success story. So I knew that I was into entrepreneurship. I wanted to do something to develop a business. I was very interested in that. Then communication was something I was blessed with, because you have certain things which you're already blessed with. Am I right?
Yes, absolutely.
Each one of you is blessed with a particular talent, a particular something which is different from others. Try to first understand that. I understood that and then moved on to, I did not want to get into science. I was very clear. So another thing is clarity of goals. So I was clear, I don't want to do science. I wanted to do something which will help me become an entrepreneur. So next step was commerce, because arts is again humanities and all of that. So commerce was fine. The subjects what we were taught were organization of commerce, economics, then you have accountancy, statistics, then we had business communication. I loved business communication, I loved economics. I loved the fact that industry can contribute so much to the growth of a nation. So these are things I already had in mind, that I wanted to do commerce, and it helped me. It's not that it did not help me, but I feel that right now with the kind of, there's a lot of confusion. Am I right, children? Are you confused about your future? Yeah, there's a lot of confusion and there's a lot of choices. See, first and foremost, remember that we are working for our nation, first and foremost. And what is it? Industry is the heart of a nation. If industry is doing well, that is the growth of the nation. Doctors, they are taking care of the people who are running the industry. Am I right? Do doctors have to become rich? Do doctors have to become rich? Because doctors are taking care of the people who are taking the country forward. So, less business to the doctors means a healthy nation. Correct? Yeah, and what about the chartered accountants? They are the doctors for the finances. So, they are taking care of the industry. So, what about the lovely teachers and academicians? They are trying to make great industrialists. So, all these factors are contributing to commerce, to generating the income for the country. So when we have so much importance to this segment, commerce, developing entrepreneurs, developing, nation builders, they're all helping us. But who are the main people? Who are the main people? Commerce, the ones who are either industrialists or working for large organizations, heading, companies. They are the ones who are driving the country forward, right? Doctors are taking care of us. Chartered accountants are taking care of us. Teachers are making us what we have to be. So just remember that you all have chosen a great, great, great field, that is commerce. And if there is anything that we need to do is understand from the primary level what are your skill sets, because we have tourism. My geography teacher, she was my icon. I loved geography. My dad bought me a illustrated atlas, and I used to look at that atlas and I used to turn the pages, and the world fascinated me. And that was the foundation for my career in tourism. So understand what you want to do individually, and then speak to your teachers, speak to your family, and build it through that. So definitely I feel that we need to give that larger goal and then work on the skill sets.
Two excellent point that Mrs. Sarita has made, especially for the student part of the audience. There must be clarity of thought. Words are quite easy to understand, but to achieve clarity is a very difficult thing. Clarity of thought and absolutely realization of your goals. I mean, you should understand what is best for you. What is best for her need not be best for me. And also observe that geography was her passion, and today she is making a living out of geography. So something that you are very passionate about, let it not be making reels on Instagram, but still something that you are really passionate about, if you actually pursue it, you will actually shine in it. So this is an underlying message for a very, very self-made woman here. Can we have a round of applause for her, please? I go back to the student part of the panel discussion. She has had a self-made internship that she did in the middle of her BCom years. So there you were stepping into an office and working for a month or so. Internship is perhaps an area that we have not focused at. Can you for 2 to 3 minutes point out on your experience of working in the middle of your education?
An analogy I'd like to use is that in college I had been taught that this is a steering wheel, this is the gear. You turn the steering wheel, it goes right, this side it goes left. But in the internship I was put in the driver's seat and said drive. I don't know how to drive. I know what is what, but I don't know how to make it work. I was given about 18 ledger books of a school and told audit. I know what is audit. I know what is vouching, putting reverse tick. But reverse tick, why? I don't know how. Those things I did not know. So I felt like a fish out of water. And it made me realize just how incapable I was of standing on my own 2 feet. So the first day when I went into the internship, in my college I've always been someone who has prided herself on being able to do fast calculations. So this made me feel more accomplished. If I was able to solve a problem faster than my benchmate, I thought I am better than her. And I thought this will make me get a better job. But when I went into the office, the same calculations that I prided myself on, the computer was doing. What the computer needed from me was to take information that has been given and give it the information to do the calculation. But I was given the information from the question paper. How will I give it to the computer? These things I did not know. Going back to my car example, if I make a mistake in my answer sheet by confusing between rear view mirror and side view mirror, it is okay, not the end of the world. 2-3 marks I'll lose. But in real life, if I press accelerator instead of brake, next thing I know I'm off-roading into a tree. This is what I felt in the internship, because it is not my mistakes. I'm doing work for someone else. That person, if I make a mistake, I am not suffering. Someone else is paying extra tax. So that made me grow up suddenly because of the responsibility I felt. Whatever I was doing in school and in college was just not enough in the real world. So this made me grow up drastically in those 1.5 months.
Sir, Dr. Udaya Chandra, note the point that she is making. She is good in mobile, she is good in computers. Perhaps she will make a reel very soon on Instagram as well. But the fact remains that when she is actually sitting in front of a PC and doing work for a client, her hand starts shaking. So what is wrong here? Is there something wrong with which she has been taught?
No, there is nothing wrong in it. The thing is, say in BCom taxation, the total number is 30, I think. Total number is 30 and internship is mandatory. And if the number is 30, say in Udupi, Manipal area,
60 chartered accountants.
60 chartered accountants, each will accommodate 2. Whereas in a BCom, regular BCom, and now because of the NAP, we have that some people have creatively said BCom CA, BCom CES, BCom General. Now to accommodate all, I think I just, whenever I come, I ask one question, how many batches? Earlier they had 2 batches, now 3 batches, 90 each. 90 each.
But sir, just to cut you short, is it necessarily a problem with volumes?
It
is
not,
volume actually a problem?
It is not the problem with the volume. It is the problem with the industry to accommodate the internship. A chartered accountant will say, I can accommodate 3 or max 5. What about others? There is a one thing. The second one is because they can't, she is more flexible. They can decide when they can reopen, when they are not. Now they have applied for autonomy and SEP syllabus not yet come. We do not know SEP. And even in the SEP, because of the present government, just one, I'm not politicizing. In the present government, because they wanted to come to the power, they gave all the free guarantees. And now they have not made any provision in the SEP. If there is a if there is a workload changes, fresh appointment, it is not there.
So it's all half-baked, whether it is N or S.
No, if it is half-baked, you can eat. It is just
not even baked half.
No. I think you might have listened to the Akbar story, Akbar and Birbal, where you hang the pot and you keep the fire on the below. They say, see, there is a fire below. We have kept
and there's a gap.
There is a gap. That's what is not, they never attempted to bridge. And again you will find, again it is my observation, our college is a different category because it is located near the temple town. Whoever the big
wigs come to the temple,
visit the temple, immediately we will call the PA, his PA, and say, Vansati College. So we used to have.
With Manjunatha's blessings.
With Manjunatha's blessing. Here also we have Krishna's blessing.
Yes, yes.
So that is it. I mean, whatever you are saying is right, but the priorities of the, that's what I said, collaboration. In collaborating, you will find the industry has a different perspective, professionals will have different perspective, and to bridge it, we will have the, say, internship. That is for the students.
Yes.
The second one is, in the CSR funds, they want the visibility for advertisement.
Okay.
So they set the lab.
Okay. Bosch
lab.
Okay.
Microsoft lab.
Yes.
Then who should man it? And somebody, I do not know, I stand for correction, these outdated computer systems were given, it seems.
Okay.
That's what I heard. I don't
know.
A
lot of practical problems.
Yes.
One final time, Dr. Smita, you have been also speaking, you have been outspoken in this panel discussion on a lot of new things that usually happen in your institution, be it simulation labs, digital skills, interaction with alumni, and so many other things. So one aspect that Dr. Uday Chandra and Ms. Ananya have pointed out is computer skills. Though students are very close to mobiles, computers, and a lot of screen time, average of 7 or 8 hours, how do you manage in your institutions to make sure that they focus on the good part of computers and mobiles and not the unnecessary parts? Is that a challenge that a modern day teacher faces in managing the students and ensuring that they are looking at the right side of the technology and not the wrong side?
Of course, I face this problem as a teacher and as a mother of 2. Yes. Definitely we have the problem at the institute as well as home. So what we do is we look at or bank on a few platforms like Coursera, MOOCs, Swayam. These are platforms which offer wonderful free courses, right from analytics to probably design, coding, etc. Everything. So we integrate these courses, platforms into our system, into our curriculum, so that students are given an opportunity to use their screen time effectively. I think around 20% weightage of the education in the management vertical is given for students who are acquiring these skill sets from these platforms. So this is a very important way of managing the screen time of students. Just to add on to one issue is the nature of interdisciplinary approach which is required. It's a big vacuum and it's a big challenge. A friend of mine was pursuing his master's program in California State University, and he went there with 10 years of experience, all right? He said, I will also look at a course on wine tasting. Hello, I'm mastering in management and you are opting for a course on wine tasting. So I asked him, what is the relationship or correlation between the two? He says, tomorrow I'm going to work with CEOs of companies, and this is the platform where we'll have socializing discussions. See, this is the broad interdisciplinary mindset which is required. I think the Indian education system lacks that. Of course, finally we are boxing them into management, technology, health science, commerce professionals, not giving them an opportunity to explore interdisciplinary nature.
Okay. So we are, yes. Yeah, please.
Okay, when she said interdisciplinary, not that I am completely against. Almost by spending more time on these innovations. Now, this Coursera and other things, we can approach. We had that. Because of these autonomous colleges, we made the certificate courses. So we made a list. These are the free certificate courses. You have to bring the certificate. Now, though it is free, I stand for correction now. At that moment of time, if you want the mass card and mass card, you have to pay. See, this is, okay, right. Now, one more thing I would like to make it. Now, recently, I was a consultant to NITTE. They have made one, say, MBA for family business. Family business, and we decided, I went there. So he said, sometimes you have to come. Then I said, okay. It's on. I'm not holding properly, I think. So he said, I went there. So because it is a deemed to be university, they have every say freedom. And he asked me to prepare some question bank. So I did it. Now, see, when you prepare the question bank, to that extent you are restricting the learner's thinking capacity. Then, then he said, sir, when they come and when they pay so much of fees, we want the results. That's the one thing. So that is exclusively made for the family business, and one semester they were doing it. It's a very good program. Not that I was
Ullas Kamath sir of Jyoti Laboratories is managing it.
Yes.
What an excellent idea it is, managing family businesses.
Yes,
something which is very unique to Indian
MBA
context.
MBA in innovation and that.
Yes.
That they have done it. No, I'm saying if it is a deemed to be university,
then you will have a lot of flexibility.
Now in the affiliated system, that flexibility is lacking, but if the management and more importantly the principal, if he says it can be done, and some provisions. Say for example, you make a certificate code. Now we can say these are the courses which we are not teaching as a part of the syllabus. You can learn online, but you bring the certificate, we will give a certificate.
Okay.
Right. Then he will have that additional.
Okay.
If it is a deemed to be university, they can include in the whole mass card.
As well.
Whole mass card. This is the most important thing we have to.
Okay.
All these are the policy. This is policy paralysis.
Policy paralysis. Okay. Right. So we will now conclude the panel discussion. I would want each of the three dignitaries to give their concluding remarks with one condition. You have to be positive on the way ahead. I would start with Ms. Ananya. You have now you are on the verge of completing your 5 years of education in commerce. So what would you have liked better things to happen in the last 5 years? I'm pretty sure I've seen some good things, some bad things, and as Dr. Uday Chandra told, whatever it is at the end of the day, we live in a divided society, whether it is division in terms of money or economy or something else. So what would you have liked to see in the last 5 years to make you a better person to face the corporate world outside? And I would then request each of the dignitaries to give your concluding remarks, positive remarks on what can be done to face this paradigm shift in commerce and management. We start with Ms. Ananya.
I'd like to add not just my opinions, but opinions of my seniors as well that I spoke to a few days ago. And when I asked them what are the things that you learned in college that you use at your job, the answers were quite minimal. But when I asked them what would you have liked more, there was an overwhelming response from my seniors. And honestly, just based off my internship experience, I would also have an overwhelming response. Some answers were like, we should have been taught what is etiquette, how do you face an interview, how do you go dressed to an interview, how do you speak to your co-workers, how do you speak in a meeting. There was also other types of sort of miscellaneous topics that are not taught in college at all, like how do you deal with stress in the office? You're going to a separate city to do your work. How do you live there on your own? How do you manage your finances? These things are never taught to us. Although we know subject knowledge, but when you go to work, the work there, from training or whatever, we'll learn how to do the work. But how will we work on ourselves? This is not taught to us. Finances, looking after the family. Coming to the other courses that Madam mentioned, I think for me as an elective, I took economic zoology, which was where I was taught if I wanted to start a business with animals, like poultry farming, shrimp farming, how can I do that? This was in this college, I learnt in first year. So I think the NEP now is providing things where the way ahead is positive, but it is still not yet in the place where it can be. So those are my concluding remarks.
Thanks, Ananya, for giving us a hands-on view of the commerce education. Yes, sir. Positive approach going forward.
Yes. Say for the last 36 years, I have not lost the hope.
Yes.
That's the one thing. So every, say now I am post-retirement, I am involved in consultancy and publication. 2. Now, say for example, always I think, unless there is a political will, nothing can be done. This is my last conclusion. And now to create a political will, what best can be done? So sometimes I wonder, for the straight things, the ABVP, then other SFI, everyone will go for a strike. I have not seen ABVP or any student federation going for a strike to appoint a teacher, to increase the funds in the budget. And even in this SCP, there is nothing. But today you will find, if you write critically to the paper, the papers, the Hindu or the Deccan Herald will not publish, number one. If they publish, you will be branded as urban Naxalite. At this 62 years, I don't want to take that much of risk. That is number one. So, that is, but still the things may change, because as you said, the change is constant. There may be, but only the thing is, can we make a design, can we strategize some change in the political will? Okay. That is the number one thing I wanted to say. Not only the political will, I would like to call it as the policy makers. Okay. And now I have a universal skill set. I just said, say in the universal skill set, you can learn on your own. You can learn your own. One is communication. There are various patterns. And whatever the AI comes, there is the creativity you can't. In the chat GPT, if you give a topic, it says, if you, in the chat GPT, if you write a character, that won't. If it comes in the Shakespeare, or in any, say, literature, it will give a brief review. Otherwise, it won't write.
It won't.
So, the creativity is the further, but not creative accounting, please. Not creative accounting. And the third important thing, as she said, the decision making is the most important. Then interpersonal behavior. Then the organizing. And the best thing is the parent should send their son or the daughter to the hostel. There the boys will learn how to live. How to live. If you are a day traveler, day scholar, then they don't. Because they stay in the hostel, a senior in the hostel, maybe in Bangalore, then they will say some PG required. So,
right, sir.
All those
so
things
basically political will is where you are centering about. Yes.
Political will as well as the paradigm shift in the policy makers.
Yes. Dr. Smith.
I'm coming from the management side, and I believe in focusing on the controllables and not the uncontrollables. Political is definitely beyond our control. I'm looking at controllables. Why don't students look at self-learning? So you spoke about, we were not taught on what are the etiquettes to adopt. Who has stopped you from self-learning? You use YouTube, you use a lot of platforms for entertainment, for social media. Why don't you use it constructively? That's a very, very important factor which I need to drive home. Use technology for self-learning. And we've all banked upon colleges or the education system. We just give you 30% of the requirements. Rest of the 70% is you. You decide your future, you acquire skills, and you are the one who have to build your career. It's not anybody else. So therefore, nobody is stopping you from acquiring the skill sets. Very, very important to be driven home. Thirdly, Now, self-learning is not a wake-up call. It cannot be done overnight. I think the culture of self-learning should start at home. Parents have to be more proactive because all stakeholders are involved here, sir. Parents, faculty, and the industry. All three need to work together and inculcate a habit of self-learning, make a conducive environment, probably at home. Parents have to discuss with their kids what they need to do, how they need to progress in future, which is not happening in most of the homes nowadays.
Okay, so basically a bad carpenter blames his tools. Ultimately, it's on me to take my life forward.
Absolutely.
Even if there is a paradigm shift, I am the one who has to stand up and be ready for it.
Yes.
So we would like to end the panel discussion with Mrs. Sarita's views.
Yes, so I totally agree. So when I came from Mumbai to Manipal, our community was shaken, saying that how could you leave a city like Mumbai and migrate to a place like Manipal? But you can change the way you look at life, okay? I just want to tell you that if I wanted, I could have just come to Manipal and life would still go on. But any change you want to have in your life, you only are the person who can make the change. You cannot blame any single person that there are no opportunities. I don't know anybody. I could have also sat and done all of these things. I don't know anybody. This is the first time I came to Manipal after marriage. I didn't know a single person in Manipal, and I did not have any employment opportunities here because I was from the tourism sector. I had experience in Mumbai, but there were no travel companies that they would employ me. So keeping in mind all of these challenges, how you rise above the challenges is what makes you special. So make yourself special, work on all your skills, work on all your talent, and you have all our faculty members to help you create the life you want for yourself. So just remember, create the life you want for yourself. We are all here to help you with that. And that would be my closing remark.
So
Thank
to
you.
summarize the entire panel's view, yes, there is a paradigm shift in commerce and management, but ultimately, as most of the panelists have driven home the point, it's ultimately left to you. You have all the information at the tips of your fingers. You can get as much of the information as you can. Make use of it the most. Do not blame everyone. Getting outrage is the best hobby of an Indian these days. Outrage on everything, anything. Just because India has beaten Pakistan, we are silent now. Let India lose to Australia, we will start our outrage industry once again. We are always on an outraging romp. But it is all dependent upon you, the normal person who has to take your life forward, who has to take your career forward. So paradigm shift in commerce and management, yes. Are we fit to handle it? It depends upon you. You all should say yes, that you are fit to handle it, come what may. Can we give a rousing applause to such a wonderful panelist that we have had? I had emphasized at the beginning for each of the panelists to talk only from their background's point of view, and each of them did exactly the job that they were asked for. I would like to give them a heartfelt thank for giving their views on the paradigm shift in commerce and management, and I would now give the mic back to the MCs to take this panel discussion forward. Thank you.
It was really interesting, thought-provoking, and knowledge-driven session to encounter. I thank every panelist and moderator for all your great efforts in making the session fruitful. It was indeed a great start to second day of the conference. I request Dr. Mallika S. to present the memento to the Honorable Moderator, C. S. Sridhar Kamath. And the respected panelist, Dr. Smita Nayak. And Mrs. Sarita Santosh. and Dr. P.N. Udayachandra. And Miss Ananya. Thank you, ma'am. May I now call upon Kajal of Final BCom to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning to everyone present here. It gives me an immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks for this event to all the dignitaries present here. My heart fills with lots of gratitude and respect for our distinguished guest speakers for not only sparing their invaluable time for us to grace this occasion, but also for enlightening us with their commendable talk on the subject. On behalf of the college, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Smita Nayak for accepting our invitation to be here with us on this occasion and for motivating us with the enthusiastic discussion. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you, ma'am. I am grateful to Mrs. Sarita Santosh for her gracious presence and guidance, which have greatly enriched our discussion. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank Dr. P.N. Udayachandra, who honored this function with his inspirational thoughts. Thank you, sir. I sincerely appreciate C.A. Sridhar Kamath for his invaluable contribution as moderator in our today's panel discussion to be a grand success. Thank you, sir. My heartfelt thanks to Ms. Ananya for her contribution and encouragement to the panel discussion. Thank you, Ananya. I would also like to thank our beloved principal, staff members, technical team, volunteers, and last but not the least, our beloved audience for making this panel discussion event a grand success. Thank you.
May the ray of knowledge enlighten us. Thank you everyone for your active involvement. I hope everyone gained a good amount of wisdom from this session. Thank you one and all. Respected delegates and students, now is a tea break. We will gather again after 15 minutes. Sorry, after 5 minutes.
scientific methodology. For the session, today we have Dr. Ramakrishna Bandaru, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and International Business, Central University, Kerala. I request Professor Vikas Shetty to escort Sir onto the dais. I request Dr. Malika S. to give a flower and welcome Sir. May I now request Dr. Ramakrishna Bandaru to take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all of you. Am I audible? Backside, am I audible? All of you. Thank you. So today I am going to present a guest lecture on research methodology. So this is very important topic because here I could found MCOM students and also BCom students and also some of the research scholars and paper presenters. Whatever it may be, the research is very, very important topic for the for the upliftment of your career in coming days. So that is why today I am going to place before you the research and also the types of the research and how could we conduct the research and total methodology about the research. Clear? All right. So first we'll go research. My dear students, yeah. At the end of the session, I would like to ask at least 5 students or 5 participants what I have taught. So be ready and be cautious. Fine. So my dear students and participants, first of all, we go what is a research? Research is search for the fact. Research is nothing but identifying the new things. Understanding? Research is nothing but solution to the problem. Research is nothing but it is answer to the question. So overall the research is nothing but coming to the conclusion on unknown phenomenon. That is what the research. Understand? Research is nothing but it is coming to the conclusions on unknown phenomenon. Yes, I am coming to the conclusion that Udupi is a wonderful city. It's a conclusion, that's how I am coming. So how I am coming to the conclusion? So there must be some empirical evidences. Na? Without evidence, could I say that Udupi is a wonderful city or beautiful city? Or it seems to be raining. Are you clear? So you can find the weather reports in the newspaper or maybe in the televisions. You can find the weather reports. Tomorrow the 30 degrees Celsius or 40 degrees Celsius. So they will come to the conclusion. We don't know whether it is maybe or may not be, but it is a kind of research. Research is nothing but coming to the conclusion on unknown phenomenon. So these conclusions in the world can be drawn using 2 methods. The conclusions in the world can be drawn using 2 methods. The first one is arbitrary method, second one is scientific method. My dear students, once again I am telling the conclusions, the opinions, the facts can be drawn using 2 methods across the globe. The first one is arbitrary method, second one is scientific method. Arbitrary method is nothing but coming to the conclusion or giving your opinion or coming to the fact based on your assumptions, your beliefs or your expectations. Understanding? So that we can call as the arbitrary method of conclusions. Example I am telling. So I am telling that what is the seminar overall perception? I would like to ask what is the seminar overall perception. If I ask any students, she may say, yeah, it's a wonderful seminar, sir, we have gained a lot. So that is, you are telling based on your opinion. So if I ask that, is there any empirical evidence? Is there any evidence for that? Is there any proof for that? You could not support. You could not suppose to present. So that is why, so the opinions, based on beliefs, So if you just comes to the conclusions, that kind of conclusions, that kind of facts finding, we can call as the arbitrary method. It comes under the arbitrary method. For example, we want to drop the chappal and we have to go into the temple. So how it is a kind of the belief. Am I correct or not? So while we are entering into the church or temple, we should drop the chappal outside the temple. It's a belief. But can't we go? Is there any evidence? You see that during that epic times, many people used to say to the pregnant women, don't come out from the home. It's a kind of problem. So there is no any kind of empirical evidences, but it's a belief. So my dear students, if you comes to the conclusion, or if you give the statement to your friend, or if you give the statement to your anybody that based on the assumptions, beliefs, that kind of things, that means conclusions, we can call as the arbitrary conclusions. And another mode is scientific conclusion, my dear students. Scientific conclusions. So yeah, next one. So yeah, next one. Yeah, scientific conclusions means nothing but coming to the conclusion with some empirical evidences. For example, recently we have come across the elections. So many, newspapers or many televisions, they did the, some kind of survey, and they have said, they announced that NDA is going to get 400 or 350, 370 seats in the parliament. Are you clear? But the fact is different. So they have given the conclusion, yes, NDA government is going to be formed and the seats will be this much. So how they have given, they have given based on some empirical evidences. They did some surveys. They did some kind of, research. Are you clear? So here, another mode of research we can call as a scientific research. The conclusions can be drawn using some empirical evidences. That kind of method we can call as a scientific research, scientific mode of research. So under the scientific research, the research is nothing but, it is a systematic, it's a critical, it's an empirical investigation of unknown phenomenon. As per the, Professor Kirlinger, the scientific research is nothing but it is a systematic, critical, empirical investigation of the unknown phenomenon or hypothetical propositions to know the relation between the, two variables. Are you clear? So that is what we can call as the, scientific research. There must be, for example, suddenly I just fell down. I am telling example, just fell down now. So somebody may think, sir has some, low BP, or somebody sir has sugar, or somebody may think, sir didn't take breakfast. You are giving such a kind of comment. This is arbitrary conclusion. But if you take me to the hospital and if the doctor tests the blood, and based on the blood results, if he says, yeah, it is nothing, nothing, just he didn't take breakfast, that is why he failed. So that is, he is giving the conclusion. He is coming to the conclusion based on the evidence. What is the evidence? The blood test, BP checkup. Are you understanding now? So therefore, this is a scientific research coming to the conclusion based on some empirical evidences. So that we can call as the scientific research, my dear students. So in the world, there were no any kind of arbitrary mode of researches. Nowadays, everybody using the scientific mode of research. For example, one company want to produce a kind of products. So how could they produce? For example, if you see once upon a time, you could see the, Innova, Toyota Innova. Now Toyota Cresta is there. So every month, for example, Tata Punch is the #1 vehicle in India. In respect of selling. So if you see the Tata Punch now, different kind of modifications. Now it has launched with EV, electronic, and they have added different features. How they are doing the different kind of modifications? Not only the companies, even if you see the government also, how could they take the decisions? Are you clear? Either it may be the company, or it may be the country, or it may be the government, or it may be the household persons. They will take the decision using scientific mode of research. Are you clear? So, my dear students, so research is nothing but it is a systematic, critical investigation of the unknown phenomenon. Clear? So that is the research. So this scientific research, again, two types, my dear students. Clearly I am telling, research is nothing but coming to the conclusions on unknown phenomenon. There are two methods. One is arbitrary method, another one is scientific method. Scientific method is nothing but coming to the conclusion based on some empirical evidences. Arbitrary is nothing but it's based on your assumptions, beliefs. It's outdated method, no one has been using it. Now, this scientific research is nothing but coming to the conclusion with some empirical evidences, proofs. So this scientific research again can be categorized into two. One is qualitative research, another one is quantitative research. Understanding, my dear? participants. So first one is qualitative research, another one is quantitative research. So first let me go with the qualitative. Next one, sir. Yeah, we go with the first qualitative research. So qualitative research, this is a kind of universal subject, my dear students. Wherever you go, even if you go Harvard University, or even if you go Australia, or even if you go Japan, same kind of explanation, same kind of information. But the presentation should be different. One professor may present in different way, another professor may present in different way. But this is very important and universal topic. Are you clear? So this topic is useful to the social science student, especially social science students and faculty members. Are you clear? So now the scientific research again categorized into two methods. One is qualitative research, another one is quantitative research. So first let us go with the the information about the qualitative research. So qualitative research, it involves collecting and analyzing the non-numerical data. Non-numerical data. Understand? For example, I will tell what is the non-numerical data. I want to ask one question, that who is the best batsman in Indian cricket? Sorry. Who is the best batsman? Could you please? Virat Kohli. Yeah. How could you say Virat Kohli is the best batsman? This is what he has given, that is comes under a category of qualitative research. That is a qualitative conclusion. Are you clear? So what he has given is a qualitative conclusion. It's okay, fine. Now anybody can answer in a better way? Anybody can answer in a better way? Anybody? Yes, I can say that Sachin Tendulkar is the best batsman with about 50 average and 100 centuries, and he has occupied the first place in respect of number of scores in the world. So this statement I have given. So based on these evidences, like his runs and his score and also his number of matches and his behavior in the cricket, in the world cricket, so based on all these parameters, I am saying he is the best batsman in India. So there are some numerical figures. Are you clear? Like 1, 2, 3. Like we will use some numerical numbers. So if you comes to the conclusion with some numbers, such a kind of research we can call as the quantitative research. If you comes to the conclusion without any kind of numerical information, that kind of research comes under the category of qualitative research. Are you following? For example, I would present one more example before you. India is the highly populated country. Highly populated country. Which kind of conclusion this is? Qualitative conclusion. And I am telling that India is the highly populated country with 150 crores population. What kind of conclusion? That is quantitative. Are you clear? He is the tall boy. Qualitative. He is the tall boy with 5.7 feet. So it's a quantitative. So therefore, my dear students, in the research, in the scientific research, there are two branches. One is qualitative research, another one is quantitative research. So qualitative research involves analyzing the non-numerical data. What is the non-numerical data? Like text, videos, audios. Are you clear? And also it seeks gain insight, understanding the people experience, and also opinion about the people in a non-numerical way. Are you clear? For example, RK sir is a good. How he is good? For example, after using your any kind of WhatsApp call, you could get a 5-star rating. Am I correct or not? Rate this event or rate this call. So they will give 5 stars. So if you don't opt any kind of option, just if you say yeah it's good, it's a kind of qualitative information. Or if you opt 3 or 4 out of 5, so that's a kind of quantitative information. So therefore, my dear students, qualitative research consisting of understanding the people behavior or respondents' opinions. Are you clear? Without any kind of numerical support, without any kind of some statistical support. So here in this particular qualitative research, we don't go with the testing of hypothesis. I will tell what is the hypothesis. Are you clear? So that is one. So next one is, this method is about what people think and why they think. Just understanding the behavior and analyzing with our own perception. So such a kind of outcomes comes under this particular qualitative research aspects, qualitative research method. Clear? Understand? Now next one. Next one, who use this qualitative research? So who use this qualitative research? Qualitative research is nothing but we don't use any kind of numerical information, just we will say he is good, he is bad, yeah, she is okay, she is not okay. That's it. How is the movie? Movie is good. That's it. How you are, it is also scientific because you saw that movie and also you have an opinion on that. So we are collecting from you. It's a kind of primary data, but you are giving, yeah, it's a good. So who will use this kind of qualitative research? So humanities and also social science subjects like anthropology, sociology, education, health and science and history, in fact commerce and management. So we can use these type of qualitative research. For example, marketing is there. If you take marketing or if you take HR. So for tomorrow I don't know how many of you become the HR managers. You have a huge responsibility on you that you need to give the promotion, you need to select the good employees and analyze their performance and give the promotion. That only the HR manager means that only. So how could you give the promotion? Based on the relationship or based on the work efficiency? So how could you measure the work efficiency? Are you clear? So here these are all different kind of aspects where we will use qualitative research in the human resource management and also the marketing. Marketing also, for example, the company wants to improve the products. How could they improve the products? They will conduct a survey. They will approach the customers. They will ask the customers, so what is your opinion about our product? So is there any requirement in case of modification? So such a kind of information they used to collect through the qualitative manner. So that is why these type of subjects, they are undergoing with this qualitative research and applicable even in business and technology and marketing areas also, this particular qualitative research. And next one, sir. Next, qualitative research approaches. What are the qualitative research approaches? So qualitative research approaches, grounded theory. Grounded theory means, for example, a collector is there. Collector need to take the decisions about the district population. So if anything government wants to take the decision, the collector is the main responsible person. So through the whatever the information gathered through the collector, based on that only the central government or state government may take the decisions. So therefore collector is important person. So by sitting in his room, can he take the decision? No, he has to visit the particular villages. He has to approach, he has to meet the respondents, so or maybe people or maybe poor people, whatever it may be. So he has to identify. That means here the grounded theory means understanding the ground level situation. It's a kind of approach under the qualitative research. Are you clear? For example, you are the students, you want to study the socio-economic conditions of the Udupi saree weavers. Udupi saree is very famous across the country. So you want to know their socio-economic conditions. So how could you know? You will go to that weavers villages and you could interact with them. You could identify. Am I correct or not? So that is what comes under this particular theory, grounded theory, and also ethnographic theory. Ethnographic theory means, for example, if I want to know the student behavior, by sitting in my chamber, I can't know the student behavior. I want to meet them. I want to mingle with them. I want to stay with them 1-2 days. So then only I can. That is why sometime in the state government, collectors or some officials, to know the hostels students, those who are staying in the residential hostels, government hostels, to know their situation, to know the conditions, they will go and they will stay with them 1 day, 2 days. They will understand the situation. They will understand the circumstances, what they are facing. So that means mingling with the people and knowing the information, gathering the information and coming to the conclusion with that information comes under this ethnographic theory, ethnographic approach. Understand all of you? Following? Last? Good. So next one is action research. Action research is one of the important approach for the particular qualitative. Action means, for example, there is some problem. So just we will go and we will interfere and we will solve the problem. Are you clear? So it's a kind of qualitative information. For that action research, we don't gather the data and we don't test any kind of hypothesis. and we don't comes to the conclusion. So that is kind of approach. And next one is phenomenological research. Phenomenological research means nothing but it is a kind of research approach where we will meet the audience and where we will meet a particular category of the people and we will gather the data from them. So clear? And also narrative research. Narrative research means we will narrate. So our grandfather, our grandmother, they used to tell the stories. So this is what happened during our childhood. So this is a kind of approach. So this is all this comes under the qualitative research approach. Clear? So using these approaches, the qualitative research, under the qualitative research, the data should be collected and should be comes under the analyzed and comes under the conclusions. Next one is next slide, sir. Qualitative research methods. So what are the methods to collect the data under the qualitative research? So qualitative research is not a scientific research. Only quantitative research is a scientific research. Am I correct? Am I correct? How many categories are there under the scientific research? 2. What are they? Qualitative and? So both are comes under the scientific research only, na? Sure? So now under the qualitative research, how could we gather the data? So data could be gathered under this particular approach using the observation method. Yes, I have been observing you for the last 10 days and based on the observation, I could come to the conclusion about your behavior. Am I correct or not? All of you. So this is one of the methods. Understand? Observation method and also interview method. So we will interview certain peoples and through the interview we will identify we will gather the data and based on whatever the data we gather we can come to the conclusions. Understand? So that is one of the methods. Next one is focus groups. Focus groups means just we will interact with the different kind of groups or we will focus the groups which are required for our study purpose. For example, I want to gather the data from the politicians. So for that I will approach the politicians and I will gather the data from them only, but not from the students. Am I correct or not? So focus group, there are some groups from whom we need to gather the reasonable data. So that is a kind of methods and also surveys. I think no need of explanation, surveys and case studies. So all this comes under the qualitative research method to collect the data. Understand? And next one is, next sir? Yeah. Quantitative data, how could we, whatever the data we analyzed, after analyzing the data, after collecting the data, how could we analyze the data? Understand? So my dear students, one of the important points I would like to place before you. So arbitrary research, scientific research. Scientific research, whatever it may be, it consisting of 3 important phases. Scientific research consists of 3 important phases. First phase, collection of the data. Second phase, analysis of the data. Third phase, interpretation and report writing. So these 3 phases should applicable to the even qualitative research and also quantitative research. Clear? So now I am placing before you about the qualitative research. So under the qualitative research also the first phase is collecting the data. Second phase is analyzing the data whatever you collected. Then third phase is nothing but interpretation, report writing. Understand? For example, I want to know who is the best batsman in India. For that, I will take 20-30 batsmen, Indian batsmen, and then I will collect the data, their scores, their number of matches, their average score, everything, their centuries, everything. Then I will use some statistical tools like some simple statistical tools, mean, median, standard deviation, or correlation. So such a kind of statistical tools I will use, and based on the results, I will come to the conclusion. For example, I am a cricket coach. I want to send somebody to open the innings. To whom I will send? So being a coach, what I need to do, I'll gather the 11 members data and I will identify what is the strike rate, what is the average score. So based on that, I will take the decision to send a opening batsman, being a coach. So like that, this is very important aspect to take the decisions. Clear? So here, whatever it may be, the data collection and data analysis and also interpretation, these 3 are the core components of the scientific research. Either it may be the qualitative research or quantitative research. So now I am going to place before you whatever the qualitative data we have gathered, how could we analyze? So using this particular content analysis, you see here, content analysis is one of the important tool to analyze the qualitative data. And also, thematic approach or thematic analysis means to identify and interpret the patterns and themes in qualitative. For example, majority of the students become students. So profit and loss account, particular trading account, So trading account, profit and loss account is there. So based on the figures, we will write the interpretation. So such a kind of information, such a kind of practice comes under this particular analysis, and also textual analysis. Just we will text whatever the opinion we have, we will text it. And next one is discourse analysis. So these are all different kind of analysis we will use for the analysis of the qualitative data. Qualitative data or quantitative data? For which data analysis we will use this? Qualitative. Good. Next. It's a spelling mistake, or it's a kind of mistake there, okay? We will use only for the qualitative purpose, not for the quantitative, okay? Fine. Now, merits, demerits, you know that generally qualitative merits, quantitative, there are different merits and different demerits. If you see here, merits, first one is flexibility. Qualitative research means you can have the flexibility to convert the opinion into different aspects, different opinions. For example, I am asking one of the students like, what is your opinion about the so and so movie, or what is your opinion about the Honda Activa? So you are giving your opinion. So that opinion I can be converted into different ways. So that is a flexibility. Flexibility is the first important merits, and second one is natural settings and also meaningful insights. So through the qualitative research, we will get the information, and that information should be the meaningful way. That too, it is in the meaningful way. So that is why these this is the very important research comes under the scientific method. Next one is generation of new ideas. While you are meeting, we have a different approaches, that ground theory and different approaches. So using that approaches, easily we can get the what is the opinion at the ground level, what is the opinion of the people. So then it is a kind of strong information or other pakka information to the researcher. So demerits as usually, that is unreliability. Unreliability means nothing but I am asking you, we have an interview method. I am interviewing so and so person. Sir, what is your opinion about this particular product? So he may give the wrong information. Though it is good, he may give the wrong information. So such a kind of mistakes also will take under this particular method, and subjectivity and labor intensive. These are all different kind of demerits of the qualitative research. Clear? So understand? So two types of research: qualitative, quantitative under the scientific. So qualitative research, quantitative research, whatever it may be, it consisting of three phases. First one is data collection phase, second one data analysis phase, third one is interpretation and report writing phase. Clear? So now I am going to place before you the quantitative research. Next one, sir. Yeah, quantitative research. So this is very important research. Qualitative research is not suitable to the commerce and management especially, because we need to present the information with some kind of empirical evidence in the form of some figures. So that is why qualitative research, okay, that is suitable to that history department or anthropology or different departments. But commerce and management especially, we need to undertake different kind of statistical tools, and we have to go with the conclusions with some empirical evidences like in the form of numerical ways. Clear? Fine. Now what is the quantitative research? Quantitative research is nothing but using some numericals, some numbers. Clear? So quantitative research is the process of collecting and analyzing the numerical data. Collecting and analyzing the numerical data. In the qualitative research, we have collected what is your opinion about the Honda Activa. It's good. That is a qualitative research. Now quantitative research, what is your opinion about the Honda Activa? Rate. Highly satisfied, satisfied, not satisfied, dissatisfied. Like that we will give some options. Are you clear? We will give some ratings. So the ratings, whatever the data we will collect through the ratings, through the options, through the different mode of scalings. So that data we will analyze with the help of SPSS software and with the help of AMOS software, with the help of different other softwares, and based on the results we will come to the conclusions. Understand? So that is why quantitative research is nothing but it is the process of collecting and analyzing the numerical data. And next one is quantitative research is the systematic investigation of phenomenon. Phenomenon means unknown thing. Understanding? Quantitative research is it's a systematic process of collecting and analyzing the numerical data, and also it involves a systematic investigation of the phenomenon by gathering the quantifiable data. Not qualifiable, quantifiable data in a form of numbers 1, 2, 3 or 10. For example, ranks. We will take some ranks. Based on the rank or based on the numerical information, we will come to the conclusion. For example, I'll tell later that example. So, and it is opposite to the qualitative research. Exactly, it is opposite to the qualitative research. Clear? So this is just the basic information about the quantitative research. Next comes to the sir. Next one. Next, quantitative research characteristics. What are the characteristics of the quantitative research? My dear students, we know that, for example, being a marketing manager, you want to know the customer perception about your product. Or being a hotel manager, you want to, you want to attract the many customers to your hotel. Am I correct or not? Or being a human resource manager, you want to, make the efficiency of you have to improve the efficiency of your laborers or your employees. How could it possible? Or being a chief minister, you want to develop the, your respective state. How could it possible? So only gathering the data and analyzing the reality at the ground level, and based on that taking the good decisions in the form of scientific way and implementing them. So that is why this quantitative research is very, very useful to especially the industries and also the government. So here the first characteristic of this particular quantitative research is it is structured to gathered quantitative data. So we will gather the quantitative data through the structured questionnaires. We will prepare one questionnaire, and using that questionnaire we will gather the data. For example, first, what is your name, your age, your income? Are you clear? And what factor motivating you to opt to this MGM college? What factor motivating you to opt to this MGM college to complete your graduation? So like that we will prepare a kind of questionnaires, and using that structured questionnaire we will gather the data. So that is the first characteristic of this particular quantitative research. Next one is sample size. We will select some sample size. For example, just now I told you, if anything happened to the person, they will go for blood test. So they will take only little, this much of blood, or maybe 1 ml, 2 ml or 5 ml blood. But they don't take the entire blood, and they don't do the testings. So that is why sample means it's nothing but part of the population. Sample is nothing but it's a part of the population. Population is nothing but it is a huge number of persons comes under the study, and sample is a part of the population. So this quantitative research is depend upon the samples. So we will collect samples. For example, you are the marketing manager, Hyundai company marketing manager. You want to know what is the customer opinion on the newly launched car is there now. What is it? Exter, Hyundai Exter. Am I correct? Hyundai Exter is a newly launched car. So you are the Hyundai company manager. You want to know the customer perception. For that, you don't gather the data from all the customers who are in the country. It's very difficult. So that is why. So you will take a part of the population. So who are having the car, who have purchased the car, from the Karnataka state. For example, 500 people have purchased. So that 500 is the sample of this particular, 500 people have purchased. Among the 500 people of the Karnataka, that is comes under the population. So you will be going to select, based on the, different sampling methods, maybe 200 or 250. So this 200, 250 we can call as a sample, and the entire 500 who are in the Karnataka state comes under the population. So that is why this particular quantitative research, another characteristic is it comes under the quantitative data, and also closed-ended questionnaire we will use. It's depend upon the sample size, and also prior studies we will undergo with prior studies, and also generalization of the results. Whatever the data you have gathered from the part of the population, that is sample, their opinion should be generalized to remaining persons also. For example, after my class, I will be going to take your feedback. I can't take the feedback from the entire 80, 90 members here. So I will take feedback from the 50 members, or maybe 20 members. So the 20 members opinion I will be generalized to remaining 50, 60 members here. So that is what generalization. So that could be possible only in this particular mode of research. So these are all some of the important characteristics of the qualitative or quantitative. Qualitative or quantitative? Sure? Thank God. So next one, sir. Yeah. So why quantitative research is important? Why do we go quantitative research? So once again I am repeating you, my dear students and participants. So research, two methods, coming to the conclusions. Two methods, arbitrary, scientific. And scientific is nothing but it is systematic investigation of the phenomenon. So it consisting of three important phases: data collection phase, data analysis phase, and also interpretation, reporting, right. So overall this scientific research again categorized into three. Into 3? 2 or 3? No, I have explained 3 now. Sure? Yeah, 2. What are they? Qualitative and another one is quantitative. So qualitative research is nothing but it's a kind of research where we should not supposed to use any numerical information. Clear? And qualitative research is here we will use some numerical information. Are you clear? So all our commerce and management related research depend upon the quantitative research only. Clear? Fine. So now why quantitative research is important? Why? Who will use? So to measure the difference between the groups. So if you want to know the differences between the groups, for example, I am a hotel manager. I want to know the the difference between the male customer, female customer in respect of my products. Am I correct or not? I want to know what is the male, or I want to know, being a teacher, I want to know what is the difference between the girls and boys in respect of my teaching. Whether girls are happy or boys are happy. What is the opinion of the boys and what is the opinion of the girls about my teaching. So that means this differentiation can be found out using this particular quantitative or qualitative. Quantitative research, clear? And also to assess the relationship between the variables. My dear students, if you see any kind of research, there may be 2 types of variables. One is dependent variable, another one is independent variable. Of course, there is another variable also, that is mediating variable. But dependent variable, for example, I am a I am a HR manager. I am a HR manager. I want to improve the performance of my employees. How could I improve? What I need to do? So that is why here the independent variables are different, dependent variables are different. For example, dependent variable is I want to improve the employee performance. That is dependent. So the employee performance is depend upon first aspect, first independent variable. Promotions or increments, we don't know, we will test. Increments, third one is transfers, fourth one is giving medical reimbursement. So like that we will identify some independent factors. So independent factors are independent in nature. Dependent factor is nothing but it is dependent on some of the other independent variables. For example, unemployment reduction. Unemployment we have to reduce. Unemployment reduce is dependent variable. It is dependent upon the what is the first element? For example, independent, attracting the many companies, foreign companies. Second one is providing different kind of employment, self-employment opportunities. So like that, there are some independent variables. So here, this particular quantitative research will be using to know the relationship between the variables. Understand? Variable is nothing but which can be measurable. There are 2 items, variable and attribute. Variable is nothing but which can be measured. Attribute is which cannot be measured. Example I am telling. So RK sir class. What is the opinion on RK sir class? First one, yes, good, bad. So good, bad is one of the options. So I am asking you, good or bad? You are telling yes, good. So good means how good? 1 or 2 or 3? Whether good is how far deviation from the bad. We can't do any kind of statistical tool with this type of data, with this type of measurement. So this is what we can call as attribute. Are you clear? So variables means nothing but which can be measured. For example, what is your opinion on RK sir class? 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 star, 5 star. So for example, if you have 4 star, so 4 star means that is the deviation between the 5 and 4 we can identify. Are you clear? And the deviation between the 4 and 3 we can identify. So this is measurable. So these measurable items we can call as a variable. So the difference can be identified between the variables using this particular quantitative research. Understand? All of you. Fine. Now next one is to test the hypothesis. My dear student, hypothesis testing is very important aspect. So all the scientific researches comes under the testing of hypothesis. So without testing of hypothesis, your research article could not be called as a scientific research. So what is the hypothesis? Hypothesis is nothing but it is an assumption. So it is a presumption. So hypothesis is an assumption. So hypothesis will consisting of 2 variables or maybe the 2 attributes or maybe the 1 variable or 1 attribute. So hypothesis will be prepared under the quantitative research mode of method and it will be tested with the suitable statistical tools. Understand? So these are all some of the important aspects comes under the quantitative research. Now I will give the simple way conclusions. Fine. My dear students, see here. So quantitative research, scientific research, two types. Two types. One is qualitative, another one is quantitative. Now whatever it may be, both you have to merge. Now this scientific research consisting of important three phases. First one is, that is data collection. So data collection, second one is data analysis, third one is interpretation, report writing. So data collection, while you are going to opt primary data, you should have to remember some important aspects. Or while you are going to opt secondary data, no, there is no need to remember the scalings, there is no need to remember the measurement, there is no need to remember about the different kind of other aspects. So here data should be two types, primary data, secondary data. So primary data collected directly from the respondents using the questionnaire method or schedule method, interview method. So questionnaire or schedule interview, this is one of the important chapters, some of the important chapters you have to be focused. So questionnaire and also sample size determination. There are two types of sampling techniques, that is probability sampling techniques, non-probability sampling techniques. So it's in-deep information, so maybe we'll discuss later, but I'm just giving the overall conclusion. So therefore the research consisting of three phases, data collection phase consisting of primary data or secondary data collection using the structured questionnaire or unstructured questionnaire, and also selecting the proper sample size, and also measuring the questionnaire with the suitable scalings, and also testing the reliability. There are some methods to test the reliability, Cronbach alpha method, and different methods are there. So we will test the reliability. So after collecting the data, then we will comes to the analysis. So this analysis is the very important aspect. So here only at the time of collecting the data only, we will develop the hypothesis. For example, I am going to develop the hypothesis like there is no association between online payment and education. That is my hypothesis. What I am assuming is there is no association between the online payment and education. So what I am thinking, online payment is paying by other persons irrespective of every person irrespective of the education. So education is not having the association to use the online payment. That is my assumption. So whether it is correct or not, I need to collect the data from the samples, and I have to analyze with the help of the chi-square test. My dear students, every hypothesis should be tested with suitable statistical tools. So what is the statistical tools suitable to hypothesis? That is another chapter, that is another method. So that we will discuss later. So hypothesis preparation, and also data collection, and also data collection related information like questionnaire, and also scaling, and also measurement, and also techniques. So all this comes under the data collection part. Then comes to the analysis part. So analysis, there are two types of analysis generally. That is parametric statistical tools analysis. Second one is non-parametric statistical tools analysis. So this analysis, inferential analysis, descriptive analysis, in another way we can call. So analysis, two types, descriptive analysis, inferential analysis. Descriptive analysis means nothing but just we will write the interpretation, or we will use simple statistical tools like mean, median, standard deviation. That is descriptive analysis. Inferential analysis is nothing but we will prepare whatever the hypothesis we have prepared at the time of first stage. That hypothesis will be tested with some statistical tools like parametric statistical tools and non-parametric statistical tools. Parametric means they depend upon some parameters like t-test, ANOVA test, regression analysis, correlation. So different parametric statistical tools are there, and non-parametric statistical tools are chi-square test, Kushkal-Wallis test, Manu's fitness view test. Like that we have a different test. Using this test we will analyze the data. So this is a very crucial point because the gathering is same only, but using the statistical tools are very important to publish in the Scopus indexed journals, because everybody is now they are using different models. What the data gathering and everything is same only. But after gathering the data, if you want to publish in the Scopus indexed journal, you have to opt new models, econometrics models, or maybe the new model like Amos models. So different software you have to use, and you have to opt that one. You have to analyze the data, and based on the results and based on the systematic presentation only, now these particular journals are publishing the articles. Clear? So this is the key area. So remaining everything is common. But where we are in the back, selecting the proper statistical tools and using the tools for the purpose of analysis. So that is generally the researcher drawback. So that is why we should be careful in this particular point. Then after the analysis, the last stage is analyzing and interpreting the results. So last stage is interpreting the results and also reporting the results. So this is simply the overall research methodology. So hope that I have delivered the little bit information. Just at least somehow you have gained the what is the research methodology, what is the methods, what are the methods can be used to comes to the conclusions, and what is the scientific method, what is the qualitative, quantitative. Hope you understood. All of you happy? Backside, understand? Now shall I ask the questions? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, sir. We are enlightened by your words of wisdom. May I now request Sindhu of 3rd BCom to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I, Sindhu of 3rd BCom, standing before you to propose the vote of thanks. I thank Dr. Ramakrishna Bandaru for such a wonderful and informative session. It's our fortune to hear you. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Girish to present a token of respect to Dr. Ramakrishna Bandaru. I thank all the audience, teaching and non-teaching staff, volunteers and technical team for the support. Thank you.
Thank you, Sindhu. I thank everyone for the active listening. We would be grateful if you have acquired good bundle of knowledge here. Thank you once again.
We will take up the online presentation. Later on, we will take up the offline presentation, and offline presenters, please check your slots.
Slot number 1, Ms. Sushmita J, Mr. Megha Shyama S. Slot number 2, Sinchana MK, Pushpalata D. Slot number 3, Ms. Ashwini A, Mrs. Pushpalata D. Slot number 4, Vaishnavi N and Pushpalata D. Slot number 5, Soumya and Pushpalata D. Slot number 6, Ms. Sumita and Mrs. Shalet Rebello. Slot number 7, Ms. Sudiksha Hegde, Mrs. Shalet Rebello. Slot number 8, Leelavati. Slot number 9, Pratika Shetty, Priyanka SM, Sandesh SP, Sandeep VO. Slot number 10, Sarita BP, Savinaya, Sampat Kumar. Slot number 11,
Slot number 11, Shushanti and Sahara. Slot number 12, Purvika and Megha Shyama. Slot number 13, Kiran Anish and Pushpalata D. Slot number 14, Sumedha and Megha Shyam. Slot number 15, Tripti Amin and Rak. Slot number 16, Tasin. These are the slots. Now we will take up the online session first, then we are going for offline sessions.
Good afternoon, everyone. BCom, standing before you as the master of ceremony. We are in the second day of the auspicious occasion today. I heartily welcome you all. We are here for the second day of the paper presentation. Today, we have with us Professor Pashwanath Ajri, Principal of Dawada College, Moodbidri, and Professor Harish, the Associate Professor and Head of Department of Commerce, Sri Mahavira College, Mudbidri. I request Mrs. Mamata to escort the dignitaries to the dais. I now call upon Mr. Sumant of 2nd BCom to welcome and introduce our Honorable Chair and Co-Chair of the day.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all today to the international conference. We are honored to have a distinguished guest with us whose presence adds immense value to this occasion. Today, we are privileged to welcome the chairperson of this session, Professor Parshvanath Ajri, Principal of Davala College, Mudbidri. We welcome you, sir. And our esteemed co-chairperson of this paper presentation session, Professor Harish, Associate Professor, Department of Commerce, Mahavira College, Mudbidri. We welcome you, sir. Firstly, I would like to welcome our chairperson of this session, Professor Ajri, a distinguished figure in the field of commerce education. With a career spanning 34 years, Professor Ajri has dedicated his life to the noble profession of his teaching. His profound knowledge and passion for commerce has inspired countless students, guiding them to excel in their academic and professional career. Professor Ajri's contribution extends beyond the classroom. He has translated over 50 books on commerce subject from English to Kannada, making a crucial knowledge accessible to a wider audience. His commitment to education and language is further simplified by the 2 books he has authored, which have become essential resources for the students and the educators alike. For the past 3 years, Professor Ajri has served as the president of the Mangalore University Commerce Teacher Association. Under his leadership, the association has seen significant growth and has been instrumental in fostering a collaborative and innovative environment among commerce educators. Currently, Professor Ajri holds the esteemed position of principal at Sri Davala College in Mudbidri. His vision and leadership have propelled the institution to new heights, ensuring that it remains a beacon of excellence in commerce education. Finally, we welcome you, sir. I would like to extend our warm welcome to Professor Harish, an esteemed academic and a pillar in the field of commerce education. Professor Harish currently serves as the Associate Professor and Head of the Department of Commerce at Sri Mahavira College, Mudbidri. He holds a postgraduate degree in Commerce from Mangalore University, an MPhil from Alagappa University, Tamil Nadu, and a PGD HRM from Kuvempu University. With a teaching experience spanning 29 years, Professor Harish had made significant contribution to various educational institutions, including Vijaya College, Mulki, JCBM College, Sringeri. Notably, he served as the principal of Sri Mahavira PU College from 2005 to 2008. In addition to his teaching responsibility, Professor Harish has held various roles such as NSS officer, NCC caretaker officer, and student welfare officer. He is an active member of the Board of Examiners for Commerce at Mangalore University and has prepared study materials on banking for the university's distance education program. Professor Hari's dedication to academic is evident through his participation in numerous state, national and international seminars, workshops and conferences, where he has presented several research papers. Please join me in welcoming Professor Harish, whose commitment to education and research continues to inspire and uplift our academic community. We welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumant. May I now request Professor Vikas sir to present flower and welcome the dignitaries. Thank you, sir. Now the stage is open for the paper presenters.
Please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Our research topic is impact of merger and acquisition on the performance of public sector commercial banks in India. Introduction. With the rapid growth of technology and an increase in competition between corporations, merger and acquisition are found to be an effective strategy to penetrate new markets. Banks, being the backbone of the economy, are frequently encouraged to merge in order to expand their business globally and enhance competitiveness. A new dimension is accelerated in sector through merger and acquisition and has enabled banks to achieve a high ranking, creating huge value to the shareholders. The focus of the current study is to find out the impact of Indian commercial banks on performance of banks. The merger of commercial banks happened from 2013 to 2018 are considered for the study. This is an event study and the date of merger is being considered as an event date. Entire study is based on the secondary date. The objective of the study. The prime objective of the study is to find out the impact of merger and acquisition on the financial performance of commercial banks under study. In order to meet the main objective, the following specific objectives have been set. First one, to find out the impact of mergers and acquisition of the commercial banks on the growth of their deposits, on the growth of their borrowings, and on the growth of their investments. On the growth of their advances, on the growth of their interest earned, on the growth of their interest expended, and on the growth of their operating expenses. For this research, we have a hypothesis. First one, there is no significant difference between the pre-merger and post-merger
Sir, kindly
deposits.
move to findings, please. Please go to the findings. We have
Okay.
of time.
Okay. Shall I directly go to findings, madam?
Yes, yes.
Yes. The findings of the study. It is found that the highest percentage change in average deposits is being observed in Union Bank of India. Highest percentage of change in average borrowings is noted with the Bank of Baroda. Highest percentage change in average investments is identified in Union Bank of India. More percentage change in average advances is observed in Union Bank of India. 52.1% percentage change in average total interest earned is found in Union Bank of India. Percentage change in average interest expended is more in Union Bank of India when compared to other banks. Percentage change in average total operating expenses is more in Union Bank of India when compared to rest of the banks. Merger or acquisition has significant impact on the deposits of SBI, Canara Bank and Bank of Baroda. No significant impact is observed on borrowings of commercial banks under study due to mergers and acquisition. Except SBI, a significant impact of merger and acquisition on investments of the commercial banks is observed in the study. It has a significant impact on advances, interest earned and operating expenses of banks under study. Except Bank of Baroda, a significant impact on the interest expended of the banks under study is identified. After the detailed analysis and interpretation, we could conclude that the purpose of the government behind the merger and acquisition of public sector commercial banks is being served. It is because parameters used in the study shows a positive change in their value after event. It is also being proved by the result of the hypothesis tested. So the merger or acquisition of the commercial banks has significant impact on overall performance of the public sector commercial banks in India. Thank you.
So next is Masuda. Kindly share your PPT, please. Hello, Masuda, are you available? Masuda is ready? Yes, please share the screen.
Ma'am, whether the PPT is visible, ma'am?
It is not.
Is it visible now, ma'am? Ma'am, is it visible now?
Now it is visible, ma'am.
Okay, shall I start, ma'am?
Yeah, you start, please, and you start with the objectives. First topic, objective, and findings, then conclusion, please.
Okay, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My research topic is financial literacy among students, a study of financial knowledge and behavior. So the objectives of the study is here we are trying to examine the financial literacy level of students and to explore the influence of education on financial knowledge of students and to understand their behavior towards finance. So we have set two hypotheses here. First one is there is no significant difference between the personal profile and financial knowledge of the respondents, students. And the second hypothesis is there is no significant difference in the personal profile and financial behavior of the respondents. Then the findings, here most of the respondents are female, that is 68% of the respondents are female, and 71% of the respondents belong to the age group of 18 to 21 years. 70% of the respondents are residing in rural areas. It indirectly indicates that most of the data represented here shows the financial literacy level of rural students. Most of the students have commerce stream as education background, and majority of the respondents have family income below ₹1 lakh. Then here, 58% of the respondents, when we asked about whether they have received any formal education on money management or finance in their schools or colleges, they said that yes, they have received formal education on money management in schools and colleges, which actually empowers individuals in taking wise decisions related to various money matters. Then 86% of the respondents believe that it is very much essential or important to include financial literacy as one of the subject in their college or school or college programs. Then 57% of the respondents, when we asked whether they maintain any budget to track their expenses, they said that yes, they do maintain a budget to track their expenses, which shows that they are very much cautious regarding the management of finance. The majority of the respondents, when we asked them about how much percentage of income they want to save in future, they said that most of the respondents, they said that 10 to 20% of their earnings they want to save it in future for any kind of uncertainties or emergencies. And regarding financial knowledge and financial behavior, when we asked various statements, we found that there is a strong association between education and family income on their financial knowledge and behavior. And other things like age, gender, they do not have that much of association with on their financial knowledge and behavior. So there are some suggestions here which we want to give, that is educational institutions that can collaborate with financial experts to initiate some kind of financial literacy program so that it can empower the students and help them in managing their money, which will build a society which can manage their finances in a better way or effective way. Then again, policy makers also, we have many programs, Jan Dhan Yojana and all, so that students can become financially literate, individuals can become financially literate, but again, in NEP also they are empowering, they are encouraging students to take up financial literacy related programs and to create awareness. So to conclude, we can say that financial literacy is very much vital in boosting the Indian economy to the greater heights and making it a developed nation. And by prioritizing financial literacy, we can empower students to make informed financial decisions, nurturing a generation that is better equipped for the financial trials of the future. The pledge to improve financial literacy among students is not just an investment in their futures, but a key step towards constructing a more financially literate and strong society. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next it is Sarah Razak.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, it's on behalf of Sarah Razak, the joint author. Anita
You share
Shivi
the
will be
screen.
presenting
Your
this.
screen is not visible. You share the
Yeah, I'm sharing. I'm sharing.
kindly stick on to the topic, findings, conclusions, please.
See, is the PPT is visible, ma'am?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay.
Slideshow you do.
Yeah. So I'm just. Just 1 second. Is it visible?
Yes, perfect. You start.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Dr. Anita Sevi, working as Assistant Professor of Economics in Department of Collegiate Education. I am hereby presenting a joint paper with Dr. Sarah Razak, who is also an Assistant Professor of Economics working in Athani Government First Grade College. Our paper title goes like this: Social Security for Widows, analyzing the Indira Gandhi National Widow Pension Scheme in Karnataka. So it has three major keywords, that is social security and the widows and the Indira Gandhi National Widow Pension Scheme. So I'm directly moving to the objectives of the paper due to the time constraint. So the present paper has two major objectives. The first one is to trace the scheme's progress and the benefits since its inception. And the second objective of our paper is to analyze the geographical distribution of the scheme beneficiaries across various districts within the state. The methodology followed for the study is completely rely on the secondary data, which is collected from two major sources. The first one is National Social Assistance Program website, and the second one is directly contacted and collected from the Directorate of Social Security and Pension. The time frame of the present study is 1920 to 22-23 for the analysis purpose, and the simple tables and the charts has been used. So when we look at the progress and the benefits, it is seen from the documents that before the introduction of the scheme, the most flagship program of the central government, Indira Gandhi National Widow Pension Scheme, which is introduced in the year 2008. Before that, only the Karnataka government has come up with the DWP, that is Destitute Women's Widows Pension Scheme, in the year 1984. So when it was introduced, it was only 50 rupees. Now it is being raised to 800 rupees in the year 2021. The geographical distribution of the beneficiaries, we have used a scatter diagram to see how the beneficiaries has been distributed across the districts of the state. So when we look at the top 5 districts and the bottom 5 districts, the table shows the top 5 districts of the beneficiaries of the scheme and the bottom 5 districts of the beneficiaries of the scheme. So we are further moved to see how the state is performing in terms of the number of beneficiaries when it compares to the southern states. It came to know that the Karnataka stands in the second position in the number of beneficiaries of the scheme. The major findings goes like this. We have seen in the during the study that there is an increase in the widow population due to the three major reasons. The first one is life expectancy of the women is more when it is compared to men, and the second one is the major reason is in Indian society the age gap of the marriage will be more, and the third one is in the southern states, especially in Karnataka, we are in the transition, in the last stage of the transition where we have a low mortality rate and the low fertility rate, which is resulting in higher number of widows. Between 1984 to 2021, though, we have noticed increase in the financial assistance from 50 rupees to 800 rupees. Still, it is fine that when it is compared to the old age pension scheme and the, hello? Yeah, okay. So though we have seen a increase from the 50 rupees to 800 rupees, still the amount is very less when it is compared to rest of the pension schemes. The distribution of the scheme beneficiaries is noticed scattered among the districts, and the number of beneficiaries are found higher in rural areas than the urban areas. And when we look at the benefit transfer mode, so the direct benefit transfer mode, the total, only the 21% of the widows are getting the benefit through the benefit transfer mode, and the rest are getting through their post office account and the MO and other accounts. So, and Raichur and Yadagiri, out of 31 districts of Karnataka.
Madam, kindly conclude, please.
Yes, ma'am. The Raichur and Yadagiri districts are identified as aspirational districts from NSAP, where we need to focus more on these districts, and still they are lagging in the improvement of the widow standards. And as I already told, among the southern states, the Karnataka stands in second position in number of beneficiaries among the southern states. So with this, I conclude my presentation. I'll thank for providing this opportunity to present the paper on the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Manjula, kindly share your screen, please, and you please stick on to the time. While introducing your topic itself, you speak on your objective and the research methodology in few lines, and directly jump into the findings and the conclusion, please. Manjula, are you available? If not, Manjula, next we'll move on to Srinivas. Next we'll move on to Srinivas. Whether Srinivas is available? Srinivas is ready? Okay. Next we'll move on to...
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Srinivas is ready?
Yes, ma'am. I'll 1 minute share the...
Whether Manjula is ready or Srinivas, to whom we have to take up now? Manjula, you are ready now?
Yes, ma'am.
You start sharing the screen, please. I have already shared the...
Is it visible, ma'am?
No, it's not. See, if you are finding it difficult to share the screen, you can directly speak on the topic, research methodology, and findings and the conclusion, please.
Okay, ma'am. I'm trying, actually.
No, you can't keep on trying, please. We don't have time. Okay. Shall we move on to the next one? Manjula madam, you start your presentation next.
Good afternoon, everybody. So myself, Manjula BS, I am working as an assistant professor at Government First Grade College for Women, Dodballapura, Bangalore Rural District. My topic is a study on role of Indian MSMEs, micro, small and medium enterprises, startups in empowering women and driving job demand. So first, I want to give a brief introduction. About 20% of small business in India are owned by women, and they have potential to create employment opportunity for a lot of people. Women's contribution in India.
in the business ecosystem date back many years, from stepping out of their homes to support their families to gradually having a passion in building a career. Women have been present in all the industries since in the beginning. Only in recent years, global efforts have been made to recognize the central role of women in driving sustainable economies and a stable environment. My objective is to study the economic impact of women-owned MSMEs. Studies indicate that women-owned businesses are key contributors to India's economy. According to McKinsey, advancing women's equality in India could inject a staggering 770 billion US dollars into the GDP by 2025. This underscores the significant potential of women entrepreneurs to not only create opportunities for themselves but also to foster inclusive growth by generating employment for others. The World Bank highlights the potential for double-digit growth in India if more women actively participate in the economic landscape. Despite challenges, there are inspiring stories of women entrepreneurs in India who have excelled and become role models. The need of the hour is to cultivate more such women entrepreneurs who can drive the economy forward. Here I want to
Madam, please conclude, please. Kindly conclude.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Conclusion: shedding the light at the meaningful role of women in decision making is extremely important to creating an environment for a more sustainable growth. Talent as a foundation and inclusivity as the pillar of the modern business allows unprecedented growth and success. The security industry landscapes over the year is visualizing women as a serious entrepreneurs and leading the way to business in security. At the current pace, the women workforce in the security industry is expected to stand globally at 35% by 2021. Women's journey in the industry demonstrating the power of resilience and determination, striking the deeply rooted social bias that limited their involvement in important fields. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your cooperation for presentation. Thank you.
Next it is Srinivas. Srinivas, are you ready? Srinivas, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Please be brief. Okay, you speak to your topic and directly go to the findings and the conclusion, please.
Sure, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. The topic I have chosen is a study on perception and preference of consumer towards green products. The objectives of this study is to understand the consumer awareness towards the green products as day by day environmental issues are growing and concern towards the environmental issues also growing. So consumers are diverting towards the green products, and to identify the key factors influencing preferences of the consumer towards green products, and to assess willingness to pay for green products. And our findings have revealed that it is observed that 52% of respondents are somewhat familiar with the term green or environmentally products. 32% of our respondents are very familiar with that term, and it is also found that 68% of the respondents are currently using the green products. And it is also found that 42 respondents moderately trust the green products and 42% of the respondents slightly trust the green products. It was found in the study that respondents are aware of green products, they have positive perception towards green products, and have positive attitudes towards eco-friendly products. Our study has overall, we can tell that finding underscored the growing importance of green products in the marketplace and suggest businesses to invest in sustainable practices and it also gives a positive consumer responses. Furthermore, demographic variables like age, gender, and qualification play a crucial role in shaping green products preferences. Thank you for the opportunity.
Next it is K. Gopal. K. Gopal, are you available?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Share the screen, please.
Madam, is it visible?
Yeah, it is visible. You directly go to the findings, talk to the topic and go to the finding and conclusion, okay?
Good afternoon, all of you. I am Gopal from Department of Economics, Bangalore University, and my topic is Sustainable Development and Environmental Issues, case study of India. My objectives is to analyze the relationship between sustainable development and present implication status of sustainable development goals. And my methodology is entirely depend upon secondary data. Latest global forest cover, and India placed the third in the world in 2020 for the most increase in the forest area between 2010 and 20. In 2020, the forest made up of 2% of the world's total forest area, or 24% of India's overall geographical area. Between 2011 and 21, the amount of forest cover in India rose by more than 3%. The primary cause of this is the 20% growth in extremely dense forest over the time period. Kerala's exceptional achievement in promoting gender equality was responsible for its top ranking. Himachal Pradesh is ranked well for lowering inequality, maintaining the alpha inequality, and giving access to clean water and sanitary facilities. Chandigarh is the most successful union territory in terms of providing its citizens with clean water and sanitary facilities. It has also made excellent strides in producing clean, expensive energy and creating respectable jobs and growth in economy and offering excellent educational opportunities. And as I conclude that, the ultimate aim of sustainable development is to achieve the balance among environmental, economic and social sustainability, thus making these the pillars on which sustainable development rests. Sustainability of economy, on the other hand, depends on the adoption of appropriate production, distribution and consumption, while sustainability of the environment is driven by proper physical planning, land use, as well as conservation of ecology or biodiversity. Although the literature is awash with a plethora of definitions and interpretation of sustainable development, and implicit in the viewpoints about the concept is intergenerational equity, which recognizes both the short and long-term implications of sustainability in order to address the needs of both current and future generations. Thank you. Thank you all.
Next it is Sohini. Sohini, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Kindly share the screen, please.
Okay. Good afternoon to one and all present here.
You are not sharing the screen.
My screen is shared.
It is not.
Ma'am, but I have shared it.
See, if you are finding it difficult to share the screen, kindly speak about your topic and be brief.
Ma'am, is it shared?
Yeah, it is. Now, yeah, very good.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. You go for the slide share.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Ms. Sohini Priya, research scholar from Jayaprakash University, Chhapra, Bihar. The research topic of my paper is integration of sustainability into corporate social responsibility. I'm not able to switch to the next page.
No issues. You directly jump into the findings.
Okay. In recent years, so we are seeing that research on integration of sustainability into CSR strategies has witnessed a significant growth in interest. Sustainable business practices play a crucial role in fostering corporate social responsibility initiatives. These efforts can include reducing carbon emissions, putting in place standards for ethical sourcing, encouraging diversity and inclusion in the workplace, helping out the community through volunteer work or philanthropy, and making sure that everything is transparent and accountable. So sustainable integration is what all about. It refers to the incorporation of environmentally and social responsible practices into all aspects of a company's operations and decision-making processes. So the objectives of my study is to understand the concept of integration of sustainability into CSR, to study the key steps involved in achieving sustainable integration in CSR, and to know the opportunities and challenges of integration of sustainability into CSR. This research study, the research methodology is exploratory and descriptive research. Secondary data are collected from journals, research papers, newspapers, magazines, books, and web sources. So let's see few key steps of how we can
Go to the findings. Go to the findings, please.
Commitment from top management. So as we all know that leaders are playing a crucial role for integrating sustainability into companies' culture and operations. Top management should champion CSR initiatives and set clear goals and expectations. Then we should embedding sustainability in strategy. Then we should engage stakeholders' participation also in the sustainability process. Integrations into operations, like integrate sustainability considerations into day-to-day operations such as product design, supply chain management, manufacturing processes, and waste reduction efforts. Transparency and reporting, because without transparency nothing is effective. So communicate the company's sustainability efforts transparently through regular reporting and disclosure mechanisms. Next is continuous improvement. Implementing a process of continuous improvement to refine and enhance sustainability efforts over time. Monitor performance, track key performance indicators, and adapt strategies as needed to address emerging challenges and opportunities. So few examples, like Patagonia, known for its commitment to environmental sustainability, outdoor clothing company. Patagonia has embedded sustainability into its business model. Unilever has integrated sustainability into its operations through its sustainable living plan.
Kindly conclude, please. Conclude.
Some findings like like we have seen that according to survey by Nielsen, 66% of consumers globally are willing to pay more for sustainable brands. The Global Reporting Initiatives reports that over 90% of the world's largest 250 companies now publish annual sustainability reports. Investment and financial performance. The Global Sustainable Investment Alliance estimates that sustainable investment assets reached $35.3 trillion globally in 2020, a 15% increase from 2018. According to a study by Harvard Business Review,
please conclude.
Please conclude. See an average increase of 2 to 3% in stock price. So opportunities are that we see that these leads to enhanced brand reputations, cost savings. There are innovations and market differentiations, assessing to new markets, attracting and retaining talent, resilience to regulatory changes, stakeholder engagement and collaborations, long-term value creations. Integrating sustainability into business strategy can lead to long-term value creations for stakeholders and other stakeholders. By addressing environmental and social challenges, companies contribute to a more sustainable future while securing their own viability and success. So there are challenges as well. Cost and investments. The adoption of sustainable practices frequently necessitates capital outlays for infrastructure, technology and training, complexity and supply chain management, measurement and reporting, resistance to change, short-termism and shareholder, regulatory and legal compliance, greenwashing and trust issues. Resource constraints, like smaller companies or these operating in resource constraints environments may lack the resources, expertise or capacity to effectively integrate sustainability into their CSR initiatives, limiting their ability to compete with larger, more established commitments. So my suggestion is that there should be leadership commitment, because leaders play a crucial role. Senior management should demonstrate a strong commitment and sustainability and CSR by setting clear goals, allocating resources, and integrating sustainability into the company's strategic vision and decision-making processes, and then integrate sustainability into business operations and engaging stakeholders, transparency and reportings. These should be done. So my conclusion is, today the concept of integration of sustainability into CSR initiatives is essential for companies to create long-term value while addressing environmental, social, and economic challenges. Through these integration, companies can unlock numerous opportunities, including enhanced brand reputations, cost savings, innovation, and access to new markets. By committing to sustainability, companies can also attract and retain top talent, build stronger relationships with stakeholders, and contribute to positive environmental and social outcomes.
Thank you.
So, thank you. Yes, thank you so much.
Next, Anaga. Then Anita and Vaishnavi. After that, Vaishnavi. Please be brief. We are running short of time. It's a request. We are many more offline presenters are waiting here. You are sitting at your comfort zone and presenting. Please. It's a request from the organizer. Please. Anaga is ready. Sohini, close your presentation, please. Anaga is there? No? Anaga is there? No? Next, Anita. Anita. Anita is not.
We are done, ma'am.
Sorry?
We are done with the presentation.
Okay. Anita.
Anita is also done, ma'am.
Okay, Vaishnavi.
It was a joint paper.
Yes. Vaishnavi.
Yes, ma'am, we are here.
Vaishnavi is there?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, kindly. See, if it is a joint paper, please, all of you don't join the meeting. Only one can join the meeting, please, because we find it difficult who has presented and who is not. Kindly, it's a request. Who is the presenter? Kindly join the meeting. Okay. So, Vaishnavi, please be brief, please.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, we are Diksha and Vaishnavi K.R., the student of SDM College Autonomous Ujre. We are paper title is Impact of Social Media Influences on Consumer Behavior. Social media platform is a vast platform. Here the businessmen, they can reach the large number of the consumers, and they can create the brand awareness in the minds of the peoples, and they can create the awareness about what the product that are available with them. In objectives, in this study, we have 3 objectives. The first, the impact of social media influences on consumer decisions, to impact how the different demographic factors respond to the influencer marketing, and to compare the effectiveness of the influencer marketing with traditional marketing. And about the research methodology, this study is based on the primary data, and the responses are collected from the 100 participants in Dakshin Kannada district. And here for this study, we have used the chi-square test, and for the presentation purpose, the tables are used.
Kindly go to the findings, please.
Yeah, next will be presented by Vaishnavi. Yes, ma'am.
You directly go to the findings. Please, you go to the findings, please. We don't want research methodology and all.
100% of the respondents went. Yes, ma'am, we are printing.
Yes,
I am
start.
audible, ma'am?
It's.
I am audible, ma'am.
You are audible. Your screen is also visible. Please start.
Okay, in our study, the majority of the respondents are female, and 35% of the respondents spend 2 to 4 hours on social media, and they use a social media platform like Instagram and YouTube. And additionally, the individual, the age between 21 to 30 are influenced by the social media influencer. Social media influencer can vary significantly based on geographical region or a country in which they are active. And the respondents' opinion suggests that social media influence on purchasing decision is contingent upon middle household income. So, this study clearly shows that the most people generally prefer to the traditional marketing. Uh, we have used the chi-square test. This is the chi-square test values where 0.05% of level of significance is used. In the conclusion, social media influencer play a vital role in shaping the consumer behavior and a purchase decision through their authenticity, targeted reach, engaging content, and trend setting. The dynamic nature of social media platform further amplifies their influence and facilitating the real-time engagement and personalized interaction that deepen the consumer connection. So the impact of social media influencer on consumer behavior is profound, and it is essential to manage their influence thoughtfully to ensure enduring the positive outcome for both brand as well as in a consumer. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, next it is the last presentation by Harshit Shetty.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, kindly start with your presentation. Be brief, please.
Okay. Yes, good afternoon. Our topic is impact of mobile banking application on the consumer behavior, customer behavior. So based on a conceptual model, we have prepared this. We studied this topic. So here, the primary objective of this paper is examining the factors influencing adoption of mobile banking application and their subsequent impact on the customer satisfaction and the loyalty. Means we have taken perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, security concern, technology readiness, and the social influence, and so how it will affect to the adoption of mobile banking. So that will again affect for the user experience and the consumer satisfaction. Consumer satisfaction and consumer satisfaction. And consumer satisfaction will lead to the customer loyalty. So this is study. So the whole research is based on the primary and the secondary data. So here we have taken 244 respondents and we have given the Likert scale question and we have decoded that 5 as a strong active, 1 as a disagree. And we have used converge alpha, composite reality and average variance extracted for validity and the reliability test. And we have used path analysis and the mediation analysis for our study purposes. So these are the reliability tests. So from the reliability test and the validity test, we have found that the whole data is valid and reliable. And this is a structural equation model result. And through the hypothesis testing, so we have accepted personal usefulness and a mobile bank adoption. It has a significant impact. And perceived usefulness and mobile banking adoption, so we have rejected hypothesis there, so there is no relation there. And technology readiness and mobile banking we accepted, then social influence and the mobile banking adoption we accepted the hypothesis there. And when it comes to the social user usefulness and the consumer satisfaction, we accepted, and consumer satisfaction customer support and the consumer satisfaction, we rejected the null hypothesis there. So this is about our null hypothesis, and we have done mediation.
Go to the findings, please. Go to the findings. We don't want analysis part. Please go to the findings.
Yeah, okay. So this is the final findings. Means somewhere user usefulness that affected as a mediator for the consumer satisfaction as well as the service quality is that plays a role as a mediator, but customer support is not. The part thing is acted as a mediator. The final conclusion is, so what we found from our study is banks must focus on their areas to enhance their adoption rate, because positive user experience and high service quality that will play a crucial role in the digital banking era. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are very sorry that we couldn't provide the enough time for you guys. Thank you very much.
Now we are moving to the offline presentation. Request to the presenter to stick on to the topic objectives, findings and conclusion, please. The slot number 1, Shushmita J. The title of the paper is An Impact on Sales and Distribution of Cattle Feed During and Post-COVID-19 Pandemic.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sushmita J. from Alwas College, Mudbidri. The topic is on an impact of the sales and distribution of cattle feeds during and post-COVID-19 pandemic. Objectives of my study is to know the immediate effect of the COVID-19 pandemic on sales and distribution, and to analyze the sales variation in the feeds during and post-COVID-19 pandemic, to assess the problem faced by the feed manufacturer and distributors in maintaining the sales and distribution during the COVID time. Findings of my study is, during the March there will be complete close down due to the lockdown, so there will be no production in the feeds. That's why it is due to the shortage of the labor and difficult to procurement of the raw materials. During the COVID-19 pandemic, cattle feed production is increased because of the government given permission to do the cattle feeds. Then from the ANOVA test, it is proved that there is a significant difference in the sales variation during the past 5 years. Finally, I conclude that to ensure sustainable sales and distribution of cattle feeds during the COVID-19 pandemic, manufacturers and distributors should strengthen the supply chain by diversifying suppliers, using technologies for inventory management and adopting the market fluctuation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Sinchana MK. The title of the paper is A Study of Maximizing the Efficiency of Defective Item Recycling Programs in Alloy Casting Industry.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sinchana from Alwas College, Mudbidre. With the help of my co-author, Mrs. Pushpalata D, I have done my work. My title is on a study on maximizing the efficiency of defective items recycling programs in the alloy casting industry. The objectives are to understand the current defective items disposal practices within alloy casting industry, to know about training programs given to the staffs to the recycling procedures to promote awareness and successful implementation, to access the effectiveness of the defective items recycling program over time. My findings are: the recycling programs has met its environmental goals, including waste reduction and minimizing environmental impact. Improvements in training, clear guidance and resource management has facilitated the handling and recycling of defective products. Employee feedback highlights satisfaction, thus programs progress and contribution sustainability, while offering recommendations for overcoming challenges and ensuring long-term success. Practical and affordable training should be available for staffs to enhance waste management practices. To conclude, alloy steel casting industry are using the natural resources for producing the product, but they are not wasting the defective items. They are recycling the items with the standardized method. By this, they can reduce the environmental impacts and increase the productivity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Ms. Ashwini A. The title of the paper is A Study on Safety Measures and Challenges of Chemical Manufacturing Industry.
Good afternoon all. I am Ashwini from Alwas College, Mudabedrem. My co-author Pushpalata D, Assistant Professor, Alwas College, Mudabedrem. I here to present the paper on the topic of a study on safety measures and challenges of the chemical manufacturing industry. My objectives are to know the challenges faced while manufacturing the chemicals, and to know the employees training program adopted in the chemical industry, and third one is to learn about safety measures for the involved in manufacturing the chemical industry. And findings, I seen in my study, safety measures are crucial in the chemical manufacturing, and maintaining a safety working environment is essential for the chemical industry, and regular safety training is necessary to the employees, and proper use of personal protective equipment is important to the chemical industry, and training programs is aimed to develop the careers and manage the challenges. And finally, I concluded that chemical manufacturing faces numerous complex issues, including the constant need to meet high quality standard and other two complex regulations, and creating a safe working environmental present ongoing challenges keep issues of raw material and safe standards. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Vaishnavi N and Pushpalata D. The title of the paper is A Study on Production, Procurement and Marketing of Milk with the special reference to milk industry.
Good afternoon everybody. I am Vaishnavi N from Alwas College, Mudbidri. My title is A Study on the Production, Procurement and Marketing with special reference to milk industry. Objective of this study is to evaluate the efficiency of the milk production process, to assess the procurement strategy utilized in the milk industry, to analyze the marketing strategy implemented for the promoting and selling milk products. Findings shows that the using nutrition-rich fooders like azolla improves the milk yield, advanced pasteurization, homogenization, and automated temperature control ensures the quality and safety. Automation reduces the human errors and boost efficiency. Effective procurement relies on strong supplies, communications, direct shoring from the customers, and daily collections of the milk. Quality control, fair practices and price incentives encourage farmers' participations. Flexible procurement strategies and expand the processing capacity, manage seasonal fluctuations. Marketing strategy emphasizing the health benefits, sustainability and quality, along with the diversifying the product offering and retail stores for the direct consumers interactions. In conclusion, the dairy industry involves the milk production, procurement and distribution is crucial for the global economic supply. Enhancing the production efficiency is essential for the sustainability and financial success. Effective marketing through loyalty programs and product exploration, digital platforms foster brand loyalty and meet consumer needs. Adopting new technologies, improving the training and introducing
innovative products, optimizing success. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaishnavi. Next, we have Soumya and Pushpalata D. The title of the paper is The Impact of Seasonal Variation and Demand Pattern with special reference to rice industry.
Good afternoon all. I am Soumya from Alvas College, Mudbidre, co-authored by Pushpalata D. My title is The Impact of Seasonal Variations and Demand Pattern with special reference to rice industry. Objectives of the study: to analyze the impact of seasonal variations in rice production and to analyze the demand pattern of rice. Findings: this study reveals that during off-season reduce the productivity and weather conditions critically impact both cultivation and milling processes. Consumer demand constant throughout the year. Consumers give more importance to the quality. By concluding this, implementation of the new technology, it will help to increase the productivity of the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Soumya. Next, we have Suprata S. Next, we have Miss Sumita. The title of the paper is Role of Distribution in Supply Chain with special reference to milk product industries.
Good afternoon all. I am Sumita from Alvas College, Mudbidre, co-authored by Charlotte Rebello. My title is about the role of distribution in supply chain with special reference to milk product industry. Objective: to know the factors that influence distribution of dairy product, to identify distribution problems faced by the milk product industry. Finding: strategy focus on delivering a product to the general store on time using refrigerated vans to keep them fresh. Distribution include measures like quality check and temperature monitoring to make sure that product remains safe and of high quality during distribution. Pricing and quality are crucial for decision making, so it's important to balance with maintain good product standards. Finally, I conclude that distribution play a crucial role in the supply chain. It bridges the gap between production and consumption, the movement of the goods from manufacturer to end of the users. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumita. Next, we have Sudiksha Hegde. The title of the paper is Plastic Processing Machinery Export and Innovative Practices.
I, Sudiksha Hegde from Alvas College, Mudbidre. Co-author is Charlotte Rebello, Assistant Professor, Department of PG Studies in Commerce. The title is The Plastic Processing Machinery Innovative and Export Procedures. To know the varieties of machinery and its export procedure, objectives are to understand the trends in machinery export and to know the issues and challenges involving in these exports. The findings are: the Plastic Processing Machinery Company produces various types of machinery related to plastic bags production, with the blow molding machinery being the primary type. The production of machinery is not influenced by seasonal variations, as the plastic bags have a stable year-round demand. The company faces challenges such as language barriers, lengthy export processes, and strict export regulations. The mode of export depends on the machinery's weight. Heavy machinery is exported through ships and trains, while lightweight machinery is exported through roads. Conclusion: to conclude this, the plastic processing machinery industry shows its ability to handle tough situation in global world and they also understand the need for eco-friendly solutions and are fast to use new technologies to meet what customers want. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudiksha. Next we have Leelavati. The title of the paper is Sustainable Management of Raw Material and Dynamic Component of Concrete Industry.
Good afternoon all. I am Leelavati. My title of paper presentation is A Study on Sustainable Management of Raw Material and Dynamic Components of Concrete Industries under the guidance of Mrs. Charlotte Rebello. The objective of this paper is to understand the basis for raw material management and to analyze the problem faced by the concrete industries. Then findings. So understanding the essential challenges of the managing raw materials such as risk of overstocking. Some of the products are very sensitive like cement. So if it is overstocking, it may affect their productivity. Then there are area of improvement, particularly in customer services and with the communication with the customers. Then the concrete industry encounters several challenges like in a winter season. Then the concrete industry processing need a more water consumption while doing their production. To sum of this presentation, so here this study lights on the critical aspect of the concrete industry, particularly focus on the RMX concrete in India. So this examines raw material management and customers' preferences, then challenges faced by the industry and strategy for the efficient operation. So overall industry appears confident its ability to solve a problem efficiently. Thank you.
Thank you, Leelavati. Next we have Pratiksha Shetty. The title of the paper is Leveraging Green and Cooperative Marketing for Sustainable Farming.
Hi, good afternoon everybody. My name is Pratika Shetty. I am from Mudlukata Institute of Technology, Kundapura. Along with me, I have my teammates Sandesh SP, Priyanka SM and Sandeep Jain. Today, we would like to present on leveraging green and cooperative marketing on sustainable farming. In today's era, due to global warming, primarily driven by previous slide. In today's era, due to global warming, primarily driven by the burning of fossil fuels and other pollutants, there has been a significant impact on our environment. In order to implement precautionary methods, there has been a rise to green marketing,
Shall we move on to objective?
There has been a rise to green marketing. Along with that, cooperative marketing plays a crucial role in reforming agricultural marketing systems, aiming to address issues like unfair pricing and malpractices faced by farmers. Next, moving on to the objectives. First one we have is farmers' perception. Here we mainly focus and understand farmers' views on benefits and awareness of green and cooperative marketing models. Next, to analyze the challenges, to analyze obstacles like limited access to markets, finances, and technical knowledge, etc. Third point we have is to analyze the impact. Here we'll get to know the impact of these strategies that influence the farmers' purchasing choice behavior. Next, to investigate the effectiveness of green marketing initiative. To take initiative on eco-friendly marketing which promotes sustainable practice among smallholder farmers. Next, we next point we have is explore cooperative models. To explore cooperative models in rural area, considering socio-economic and cultural factors for suitability. Let's move forward to the findings slide. So here are the findings, few findings which we found during our research paper. The study findings reveal that green marketing boosts consumer trust in organic products, while cooperative marketing improves marketing presence and distribution efficiency. Farmers and cooperative interviews emphasize benefits such as no consumer awareness, limited market access, and less support sustainable farming practices. Next, no awareness and implementation of government schemes for green farming practices, and lack of participation related to cooperative engagement among farmers. Next, moving on to the suggestion slide. Due to time restrictions, I will be addressing suggestions in one sentence. So, closing the gap between awareness and implementation of green farming practices and cooperative marketing models. Next point we have is addressing the market challenges. Third point, enhancing the support for farming practices. And finally, promoting cooperative engagement. So, we have arrived to a conclusion part. The findings suggest that or highlights that various challenges faced by farmers in accessing markets, implementing sustainable farming practices, and engaging in cooperative activities. Addressing these challenges or issues will require coordinated efforts from government bodies, NGOs, and other stakeholders to provide required supports, improve or enhance infrastructure, and promote collaborative initiatives. Ultimately, fortifying the agriculture sector has improved resilience, sustainable, and ultimately benefiting farmers and rural livelihoods. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Pratiksha. We have with us CABP Varadraipai, Secretary AG Manipal, and on behalf of the organizer, a cordial welcome to you, sir. Next, we have Sarita BP. The title of the paper is Sustainable Solid Waste Management.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Zunaid from Murlagata Institution of Technology, first year MBA. Today at this event, International Conference 2K24, under the sub-theme Sustainable Development and Environmental Issue, our team chose solid waste management, and I am going to present it. Next, objectives. With the objectives of evaluation current status of the solid waste management practice, exploring the environmental impact, and suggesting some of the business idea which could be done through solid waste. In this report, we found people need more education regarding solid waste management. Public participation is very low. Most of the people are satisfied with the daily waste collection. Waste need to be segregated. It will help in the proper solid waste management. In the conclusion, improving solid waste management practice is important for the sustainable future. If we prefer waste reducing, recycling, and new technology in solid waste management, it will minimize the bad impact on the environment and could live for the long time life. Thank you for a wonderful opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Zunaid. Next, we have Shushanti Yash Shetty. The title of the paper is EHRM, A Road Ahead in the 21st Era.
Afternoon, everybody. It is Sahara Shetty from Murlakata Institute of Technology, and your today's presenter. My co-authors being Sushanti Shetty, Rakshita MR, and Swagat Shetty. Our today's topic is about EHRM, Road Ahead in the 21st Era. Innovation, information and combination technologies enable innovative ways of carrying on routine organizational tasks via the power of virtual work environment. Piggybacking on the success of e-commerce system, organizations are increasingly making use of electronic human resource management system. Coming to my objectives of the study, the main objective of this EHRM is because to know about the implication of the EHRM system, to study the adoption of EHRM, to analyze the effect, and to build a relationship between EHRM in an organization based on demographic factors. Coming to the research methodology, during the study of this paper, we have used two kinds of methods by secondary and primary method. Primary method, we have done the research paper by using questionnaire and sample profiles like demographic factors as gender, your age, educational level, location, etc. Moving on to a conceptual framework, the two major ideology we have focused on here is EHRM practices which impact on the organizational efficiency, effectiveness, and workplace environment. Coming to the data analysis.
Findings.
Okay. In the findings, what we have observed is majority of the respondents we have received is female, around 55.4%, and the rest and the age group they are belonging to 21 to 25 years. Then larger organizations tend to benefit this EHRM. And coming to the conclusion part, what we understood by this EHRM system is the study indicates the EHRM system are widely accepted by most of the employees in the organization, and they tend to imply the same in their working place. Yeah, thank you.
Next we have Purvika. The title of the paper is Impact of Brand Strategy in the Clothing and Innovation in Fabric Industry.
Good afternoon all. I am Purvika, co-author Mr. Meksham from Alvas College. My paper title is Impact of Brand Strategy in Clothing and Innovations in the Fabric Industry, How it Affects the Customer Satisfactions, with the objective of to study the brand building strategy in a fabric production industry, and along with this to study the innovative practices followed by the fabric industry and to how it affects the customer satisfactions. By this study, we find that most of the people aware about the branded product, but compared to the awareness, the purchasing power is less. The branded product create the awareness. It required fabric industry required that creating the awareness in the all category of the people. Then it might be the purchasing power will be increased. And the factors influencing on purchasing the brand product is one is the brand name of the brand, another is the quality of the product. The market fabric industry always make an analysis on market, and based on that they produce the product. Here there will be a quick changes in the market. The trends as well as the customer requirements will be changes very fastly. And the fabric industry faces the challenge of unsold product. Like there will be changes in the customer requirements. The day by day market trends are changing. Because of that, the products are remain unsold. To solve these problems, companies are offer and make offer and discounts. By this, they can. This is one kind of the strategies to make a product sold. So these are all the findings of my study. I can, in conclusion, I would like to say that brand building strategy and innovation practices are the important important strategy followed by the fabric industry to make to get the success and sustainability in the fabric industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Kiran and Anisha Rodriguez. The title of the paper is The Manufacturing of Retraded Tires and Their Environmental Benefits.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kiran Anisha Rodriguez,
Title of the paper is The Manufacturing of Retreaded Tires and Their Environmental Benefits, co-authored by Mrs. Pushpalatha D, Assistant Professor, Department of PG Studies in Commerce, Alvas College, Mudbidre. My objectives are to study the reasons for retreading and identify the problems for retreading industry in the present scenario, to assess the ecological advantages of using retreaded tires, to know the quality control techniques adopted within the retreading industry to ensure safety in retreaded tires. Findings are: by reusing the existing tire casing, retreading tires can significantly reduce costs compared to buying new ones. Maintaining consistent and high-quality retreading processes is essential in the retreading industry to uphold customer satisfaction and safety standards. Recruiting skilled personnel in the retreading industry, such as tire technicians and machine operators, is a challenging one. Retreading tires contribute to reduced carbon emissions and promotes enhanced environmental sustainability. Finished tires undergo thorough testing to verify their integrity and safety. By extending the usability of tire casings, fewer tires are discarded, so it is environmental friendly. I would like to conclude that by adopting these suggestions, the company can enhance its marketing position through continuous innovation, and by providing information about benefits of retreading, the company can increase market acceptance for retreaded tires. Thank you.
Next we have Sumedha. The title of the paper is A Study on Impact of Total Quality Management in Manufacturing Company.
Hello everyone, I am Sumedha from Alvas College, Mudbidri. I am presenting the paper on the topic of the study on impact of total quality management on in manufacturing company with special reference to PowerPoint battery industries, Mudbidri. This paper is co-authored by Mr. Meghasham S, Assistant Professor, Alvas College, Mudbidri. So, total quality management is a management approach. It is mainly based on what are the continuous improvement for the improvement in the quality of the product and services. So now I am directly move on to the objectives of the study. The first objective is to assess the current level of total quality management. There are total quality management principles. In this company, what type of management principle they have implemented, that objective I have included. And to know the problems faced by manufacturers and distributors in the maintaining the sales. What type of the problems they have faced or challenges while maintaining the sales and distribution. To identify the key internal process at the PowerPoint batteries that total quality management aims to improve. So now I am moving to the findings. That top managers ranking technological investments, regular training, and practices culture of listening the both customers and employees for quick issue resolution. The key performance factors such as defects rate, production efficiency, and customer satisfaction are closely observed, facilitating data-driven decision-making and targeted improvements. And although challenges like material shortages and supply chain imbalances, company maintain competitiveness through adaptive production strategies, research investment, and loyalty to the environmental rules. To conclude, this battery manufacturing industry they are healthily committed to the total quality management practices, highlighting the customer satisfaction, continuous improvement, and they are mainly highlighting to the reduction of errors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Tripti Amin. The title of the paper is A Study on Impact of Employee Safety and Health Measures.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Tripti from Alvas College. So, title of the study is a study on impact of employees' safety and health measures on their productivity with special reference to Gasol Solution Private Limited, co-authored by Rekha Shetty. So, the objectives are to understand the current state of safety and health measures in the organization, to know how the health and safety impact on employees' productivity, and to understand awareness of safety and health measures among the employees provided by the organization. Coming to the findings, the organization has established comprehensive safety protocols, communicated effectively to the employees, and provided support for the mental health and well-being. Next one is there is a significant impact on of employees' health and safety measures on employees' productivity with the improvements in reducing the absentees. So employees are well informed and trained on the safety measures. So coming to the conclusion, through this analysis, it became evidence that the organization has established a clear and safety protocols to reduce the risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Tasin Almas. The title of the paper is An Analysis of Inventory Management Strategy with special reference to Popular Trading Corporation, Mudbidre.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here to present a paper titled An Analysis of Inventory Management Strategies with special reference to Popular Trading Corporation, Mudbidre, under the co-authorship of Mrs. Rekha Shetty. Inventory management is crucial for business to maintain operational efficiency, minimize cost, and maximize profits. The objective of my study is to investigate the adoption and implementation challenges of inventory management system, to analyze stock levels of the company, to know about supplier relationship management. The findings of the study are: the main challenges of the organization faces in adopting, implementing and inventory management systems are resistance by employees due to fear of losing their jobs and lack of training, and the problems lies in improving demand forecasting accuracy to optimize inventory levels to meet customer demands efficiently. The company can go with the practicing of keeping inventory stock levels so that the optimum stock level can be kept for the optimization, and orders are placed based on the brand and price, and communication with suppliers is maintained through regular phone calls and visits. The suggestion for this finding is addressing transportation challenges, exploring digital payment options, and further strengthening supplier relationships could enhance operational efficiency and support business growth. To conclude, overall inventory management is very important for every business organization to work efficiently. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next we have Navyashri. The title of the paper is Waste Management and Controlling Tools in Interior Design Projects.
So good afternoon everyone, myself Navya from IQAC College Mudbidri, and my paper title is Waste Management and Controlling Tools in Interior Design Projects. So waste generation and waste management are a vital role in today's society, affecting to the environmental as well as public health. So objectives of the study is to know the waste management in the interior design techniques, and to study the segregation of waste management and recycling methods were used in the projects. And next one is to identify the environmental impacts by the waste management. Next, findings. This research shows that there is no much waste are produced during the projects, because there is the company takes the measures, all the measures, and they purchase the materials based on the what the sketches are produced or what sketches are made by the company. So there is no much waste are produced during the projects. And next one is they prepare the 2D and 3D sketches, and later they will purchase the materials from the vendors, so there is no much waste are produced. And if the waste are produced like boring powders, boring means making the holes in the woods and all, and next one is cutting pieces, so these waste are used in the recycling methods. So finally, I would like to conclude that in the interior design projects, so there is no much waste are produced because they take the measures, all the measures, and they purchase the materials with the prior measurement calculation, and there is no negative impacts because of the interior design projects. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Here we conclude with the paper presentation session. We are grateful to the presenter for understanding the time constraint. Now I will request Ajari sir for his conclusion remarks.
Respected co-chairman of this session, Professor Harish, the administrative officer of Academy of General Education, Vadodara IPI sir, other dignitaries, my colleagues, and other students from various colleges and delegates from various places. Very good afternoon to you all. Today, in fact, when I left my home, I thought that I'm going to meet about hundreds of my colleagues in this international seminar, and I will be able to interact with them on various issues. But unfortunately, I could not find, or I could hardly find anybody, because the moment we become the teacher, we think that we know everything and we have no more to learn anything. In fact, we should start learning more and more when we become the teachers so that we can deliver more and more new things to the students. Unfortunately, this is not happening. I, being the president of the Commerce Teachers Association in Mangalore University area with more than 600 members, I beg your pardon in this respect. Coming to the issue of the paper presentation, today we had about 17 plus 9 papers, 17 papers offline and 9 papers online. We had totally about 23 papers have been presented. All the papers have been presented very nicely, and I appreciate their interest and the preparations made by them seriously to present a good paper. For the first time, I am experiencing or seeing 9 papers being presented through online mode. I also appreciate the interest shown by the persons to present their views through online. The suggestion that I would like to give to the paper presenters is this. Only 2 suggestions I would like to give. One is that, as far as possible, use the primary data for your presentation. Because when you take the primary data, the experience you are going to get or the things you are going to learn will be really great than what you use the secondary data. Because secondary data, you get ready-made data from anywhere you can get, but they will not help you much. But if you go for primary data, it will be really very helpful to your future career. And second thing is, in all the papers that have been presented, I noted that majority of the papers were based on industry. Your papers were attributed to industry only. There is a big sector called service sector. You have not touched that. Hardly one paper was there on service, that is banking sector. All other papers were on the service, the industry based. It is better always you go for new and untried ventures. Then that will be naturally will be attracting the audience. So only that suggestion I would like to give. I appreciate the interest of the students of this college in attending the sessions like this, and also I appreciate the recognition given by MGM College, especially Dr. Mallika Shetty, for the Commerce Association. I am being the president of Commerce Teachers Association. I have been recognized by this college and the Commerce Department. I am grateful to the Department of Commerce and Dr. Mallika Shetty. And finally, thank you one and all for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, it was a truthful session to acknowledge. Thank you, everyone, for your valuable inputs. May I now call upon Mr. Ganesh of 2nd BCom to propose the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am deeply honored to stand before you today to extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Parshvanath Ajri for chairing paper presentation session. Professor Parshvanath Ajri, your presentation was nothing short of exceptional. Your depth of knowledge, meticulous research, and innovative ideas have not only captivated us, but have also significantly contributed to academic rigor of this conference. On behalf of organizing committee and all attendees, I want to thank you for taking the time to share your expertise with us. Your contribution is invaluable, and we look forward to future opportunities to collaborate and learn from your extensive experience. Thank you once again, Professor Parshvanath Ajri. In recognition of your valuable contribution, now I have a honor of presenting a small token of appreciation. I request Mahatma ma'am to hand over the memento to Professor Parshvanath Ajri. Please accept this memento as a symbol of our heartfelt thanks for your remarkable leadership and contribution to today's session. I wanted to extend my sincere gratitude for Professor Harish for his exceptional guidance and support throughout the course. Your dedication to teaching and your willingness to go above and beyond to ensure your students' success have been truly inspiring. Your passion for the subject matter has made learning both enjoyable and insightful. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to excellence and for being a positive influence in our academic journey. Thank you once again, Professor Harish. Now I request Mallika ma'am to hand over the memento to Professor Harish. Please accept this memento as a token of our deep appreciation for your insight and knowledge. Lastly, I extend my thanks to everyone present here, including our organizing committee, volunteers, and participants for your involvement and support. Your presence has made integral to success of this event. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Ganesh. Thank you, everyone, for your active involvement. I hope everyone gained a good amount of wisdom from the session. Thank you, one and all.
Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Check. Hello.
Sattvat sanjayate jnanam. Virtue springs knowledge. By paying tribute to our founder of the college, late Dr. T.M.A. Pai, Padma Shri Awardee. The Department of Commerce, MGM College, has been epitome of quality education and excellence. The college is celebrating Amrita Mahotsava to commemorate 75 years of its glorious existence. In this juncture, we are proud to host International Conference, Sustainable Global Business Development, Breaking Barriers and Empowering Change, MGM COMSUSCON 2024. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Pearl of Coastal Karnataka. My name is Mahatma, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, and I am happy to receive all of you to MGM COMSUSCON 2024 to provide plenty of opportunity to share knowledge and insight. I am so glad that we have received ocean of responses, and today over 200 delegates are participating from various parts of India and abroad. On behalf of MGM College, Department of Commerce, I wish a pleasant and fruitful day to you all. To start with this magnificent event, we would like to bring a bundle of joy for you all, a slice of coastal culture and heritage. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next few minutes, it's a treat to your eyes and ears yet again, because our proud students ready with their performance. Without any further delay, please welcome them with a round of applause.
Tajam jam tadhi, tajam jam tadhi. Tajam jam tadhi, tajam jam tadhi. Takitatam dhanatam dhanatatam jonutam jonutatam dhimitam dhimitatam taritadhim dhana dhana jonu 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 demi demi tajam jam tadhi tajam jam tadhi ta takitatam dhanatatam jonutam jonutatam dhimitam dhimitatam taritadhim dhana dhana jonu 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 demi dhimita takitatam dhanatatam jonutam jonutatam dhimitam dhimitatam taritadhim dhana dhana jonu 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 demi demi taritaritakanatam.
चंद्रचूड शिवशंकर पार्वती रमण निनगे नमो नमो. चंद्रचूड ಶಿವಶಂಕರ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ರಮಣ ನಿನಗೆ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ ಸುಂದರತರ ಪಿರಾಗಧರ ಸುಂದರತರ ಪಿರಾಗಧರ ಗಂಗಾಧರ ಗಜ ಚರ್ಮಾಂಬರಧರ ಗಂಗಾಧರ ಗಜ ಚರ್ಮಾಂಬರಧರ ಚಂದ್ರಚೂಡ ಶಿವಶಂಕರ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ರಮಣ ನಿನಗೆ ನಮೋ ನಮೋ ಸರಿ ಗರಿ
काश पावन करे काशी काशी पुराधीश्वरी भिक्षा देहि कृपावलम्बन करे माता अन्नपूर्णेश्वरी ढाई शाम रोक लई रोक लई रोक लई ढाई शाम रोक लई और चक मुख चूम लई मुख चूम लई मुख चूम लई सर से मोरी चुनरी गई 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 सर से मोरी चुनरी गई सरक 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 सरक
Hope you have enjoyed Mohini Attam, Odissi, Bharatanatyam, Kathak, and Yakshagana, 5 classical Indian dances, each with its unique style and origin, embodying grace, spirituality, precision, storytelling, and vibrant drama respectively. The richness and diversity that surrounded our arena is indeed the true reflection of our unity in diversity. I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks for your wonderfully rich and highly engaging performance, dear students, and I thank Mr. Prashant for his wonderful choreography. Thank you. Now we have a small intro video. Stay back and enjoy.
In connection with Amrita Mahotsav program of the MGM College, Department of Commerce hosts a 2-day international conference on the theme Sustainable Global Business Development. I wish the seminar a grand success. Thank you, one and all.
Hello everyone. I am delighted to know that the Department of Commerce, MGM College, Udupi, will be organizing a two-day international conference on sustainable global business development, breaking barriers and empowering change on 13th and 14th June 2024. I consider myself fortunate to have grown along with this department. I am pleased to see this legacy continues under the leadership of Sri Satish Pai, the President of the Trust, Dr. H.S. Ballard, the President of the Academy of General Education, Manipur, C.A. Vardra Pai, the Secretary of Academy of General Education, Professor Karant, the Principal of MGM College, Udupi. I also glad to see the vision of Mallika Shetty for conceiving the idea of this international conference. I wish best of luck for the entire conference. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, this is Suresh, Senior Faculty Member from Government Degree College, Kukatpalli, Hyderabad. I am very eagerly waiting to see you all on 13 June at an international seminar hosted by Department of Commerce, MGM College, Udupi. My special congratulations to MGM College for successfully completing the academic journey of 75 years and unveiling their Platinum Jubilee celebrations.
Hello all, good day to esteemed guests, distinguished speakers and fellow attendees. My name is Srinidhi Vasan, currently a student at Hull International Business School. I am honored to send my best wishes for the International Conference on Sustainable Global Business Development.
Udupi is a coastal city of Karnataka, awaiting your participation for International Conference MGM COMSUSCON 2024. The conference is organized with the theme Sustainable Global Business Development, Breaking the Barriers and Empowering the Change.
To all the participants and delegates and the coordinators of this international seminar. Please actively participate and take the benefit of this international seminar, and I thank and congratulate my staff members in advance. They strive hard for the success of this international seminar.
Namaste. The Department of Commerce is organizing the two-day international conference. A hearty welcome to all the delegates from different parts of the country. I wish the conference a great success.
Thanks to all. MGM College Udupi, the Department of Commerce, is organizing 2 days international conference on sustainable global business development, breaking barriers and empowering change on 13th and 14th June 2024. A hearty welcome to all the delegates, teaching fraternity, corporates, research scholars, and all the PG students. Department of Commerce is highly expecting and extending a warm welcome to all of you to this 2 days international conference. Your presence will undoubtedly enrich the academic discourse and enhance the overall quality of this event. I, Dr. Malika Shetty, being a conference secretary, look forward to welcome you all to this 2 days international conference on sustainable global business development, breaking barriers and empowering change. A hearty welcome to all of you. Thank you one and all.
Please stay back and enjoy.
For the success of any conference, 3 ingredients are said to be very important. The first one, academic deliberations. You have done it here. All 106 papers, it is not a small amount. It is not a small number. Malika ma'am capitalized her energy in obtaining the cooperation of many ICA members, Indian Commerce Association members. Many have come here. Globally, you have attracted the researchers. We are very glad. And another ingredient for the success of any conference is hospitality. MGM stood for all this hospitality. Another aspect is said to be food. MGM always known for the excellent food. Sustainable global business is said to be excellent theme. You have portrayed that theme, you have worked that theme. I'm very glad to see the deliberations here. Thank you very much.
I'm Professor Dayanand Chetty, alumni of this college and ex-HOD of this college Commerce Department and retired principal. I'm happy that my Department of Commerce has organized an international conference of commerce teachers and commerce faculty and commerce students. And the efforts which has been put up by the Commerce Department is really worth praising, and I wish the conference a grand success. Thank you, one and all.
I would like to congratulate MGM College and the Department of Commerce for organizing this international conference. More businessmen, professionals, chambers of commerce and industry who had come into the conference and interacted with the student delegates, it would have been even more helpful for the students. All the best to the organizers of this conference, and I wish them all the best for the future. Thank you.
I have been invited here at the MGM College, which is a prestigious college of Udupi, as they have organized an international convention for commerce. So it was a very good, fruitful discussion about the changing scenario of the commerce education. So I would like to congratulate Mahatma Gandhi Memorial College for this initiative and all the wonderful students for participating and making it a future.
This is Dr. Smita Naik from MIT Manipal. I participated today as a panel member for the panel discussion on the paradigm changes in management education. I think the conference has been very well organized and the panel discussion went on very well. I hope future events will also be held in collaboration with Mahi. I wish the team very best. Thank you.
Very meticulously planned program, really given some inputs. Now I request the organizers to make a recommendation to both the state government and the central government. Then it becomes very, very concrete. Otherwise, we are lost in the very excellent food given, entertainment provided, and the interaction with the nice students. Okay, thank you.
Wonderful seminar. Being a keynote speaker, I feel very happy. It's an excellent seminar. The ambiances and the accommodation, the food, moreover the deliveries. The wonderful deliveries have taken place here. I'm congratulating the organizers, especially Dr. Malika Madam, and her efforts, wonderful efforts she has shown to make the success of this organization seminar. So I wish you all the best to the entire team. Hope these type of seminars will come up many in the coming days from this institution. Congratulations, all the best.
Hi everyone. The international conference which is held in Mahatma Gandhi Memorial College is a great success. I am really grateful to the organizing committee.
MGM College, Department of Commerce, MGM College, organized this international seminar meticulously. I appreciate the staff members and dear students of this college for organizing this event in a very systematic manner. And all the sessions were very useful for the teachers and scholars and students also. So this type of seminar should be organized every year for the benefit of the students. Thank you.
We are also grateful for the good hospitality as extended to us, and we wish in future also MGM College will host this kind of programs. Thank you.
Learn everything you can, anytime you can, from anyone you can. There will always come a time when you'll be grateful you did. Good afternoon, a warm greetings to one and all present here. I, Kavya KB, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, feel privileged to welcome you all for the valedictory program. Ladies and gentlemen, MGM COMSUSCON 2024, the auspicious 2 days international conference on sustainable global business development, breaking barriers and empowering change, is successfully reaching its conclusion. These 2 days were truly the magnificent in the history of Department of Commerce. For valedictory, we have with us the chief guest, Dr. Sandeep Shanai, Professor and Head, Department of Commerce, Mahe Manipal, President of the program, Professor Lakshminarayan Karan, Principal, MGM College, Udupi, Guest of Honor, CA BP Varadaraya Pai, Secretary, AG Manipal, Dr. Devidas S. Nayak, MGM Evening College, Udupi, and Professor Vanitha Maya, Head, Department of Commerce. I request Dr. Mallika S., Coordinator, MGM COMSUSCON 2024, to escort all the dignitaries onto the dais. It's true that a prayer comes from a heart can move mountains. It increases your faith and brings you close to God. May I now call upon our proud student, Ujjwal Apte of 1st BCom, for the prayer. I request everyone to be seated.
ಕರುಣಾಳು ಬಾ ಬೆಳಕೆ ಮುಸುಕಿದೆ ಮಬ್ಬಿನಲಿ ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು ಕರುಣಾಳು ಬಾ ಬೆಳಕೆ ಮುಸುಕಿದೆ ಮಬ್ಬಿನಲಿ ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು ഇരുളു കത്തലെയാകവി ಮನೆದೂರ ಕನಿಕರಿಸಿ ഇരുളു ಕತ್ತಲೆಯಾಗವಿ ಮನೆದೂರ ಕನಿಕರಿಸಿ ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು ಕರುಣಾಳು ಬಾ ಬೆಳಕೆ ಮುಸುಕಿದೆ ಮಬ್ಬಿನಲಿ ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನಡಿಡಿಸು ಬಲು ದೂರ ನೋಟವನು ಕೇಳನೊಡನೆ ಸಾಕು ನನಗೊಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಹೇಳಿ ನನ್ನಡಿಡಿಸು ಬಲು ದೂರ ನೋಟವನು ಕೇಳನೊಡನೆ ಸಾಕು ನನಗೊಂದು ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಮುನ್ನ ಇಂತಿರದಾದೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಬೇಡದೆ ಹೋದೆ ಮುನ್ನ ಇಂತಿರದಾದೆ ನಿನ್ನ ಬೇಡದೆ ಹೋದೆ ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು ಕರುಣಾಳು ಬಾ ಬೆಳಕೆ ಮುಸುಕಿದೆ ಮಬ್ಬಿನಲಿ ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು
Thank you, Ujjwal. We have with us Sri Rangapai, Director, Skill Development Institute with us. I request Professor Mamta to escort him to the dais. Today we have esteemed dignitaries with us on the dais. Let me request Professor Vanitha Maya, Head, Department of Commerce, to welcome them.
respected dignitaries on the dais, special invitees, delegates from various colleges, media, faculties, and my dear student participants, a very good afternoon to you all. It is my privilege to welcome the gathering for the valedictory program of the 2 days international conference organized by our department in association with IQAC on sustainable global business development, breaking barriers and empowering change, MGM COMSUSCON 2024. I extend a warm welcome to the chief guest of the function, Dr. Sandeep Shanai, Professor and Head Department of Commerce, Mahe, Manipal. I request Principal Professor Lakshminarayan Karan to offer bouquet to Sandeep Shanai, sir, and welcome him. A hearty welcome to the President of the program, Principal of our institution, Professor Lakshminarayan Karan. I request Dr. Mallika S. to offer a flowers and welcome him. I wholeheartedly welcome our guest of honor, CA BP Varadrai Pai, who is the guiding spirit behind all our endeavors. I request Principal Professor Lakshminarayan Karan to offer flowers and welcome him. I extend a warm welcome to Dr. Devdas S. Nayak, Principal MGM Evening College. I request Professor Lakshminarayan Karan to offer a rose to Devdas Naik, sir. I welcome Sri T. Rangapai, Director, Skill Development Center, for gracing the occasion. I request Professor Lakshminarayan Karan to offer flowers and welcome you. Wholehearted welcome goes to Dr. Mallika Shetty, coordinator of this 2 days international conference. Welcome, madam. I request Mrs. Mamata, Department of Commerce, to welcome her with a rose. A sincere welcome to all the dignitaries, delegates, media, and participants. I profusely welcome all the teaching and non-teaching staff and our beloved students. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome to you also. I request Dr. Mallika S. to welcome Professor Vanitha Maya with a rose. Who knows better than the host of the program? It's Dr. Mallika S. who is the guiding force behind the entire success of this conference. She worked back and forth to make this conference what it is today. May I now request ma'am for her concluding remarks.
Very good afternoon, one and all present here. I know very well the picture speaks 1,000 words. With that intention, we begin valedictory program with a video which spoke entire journey of our this 2 days international conference, for which I'm really grateful to all my colleagues, especially the principal who entrusted me this responsibility. Thank you very much, sir. I think I have discharged all my duties and the responsibilities diligently to the best of my knowledge. Respected principal, esteemed guests on and off the dais, colleagues and my dear students, the time has come to call the curtain down, but I shall be doomed to fail if I do not acknowledge the contribution of each and every member who made this two-day international seminar a grand success. If words will suffice to express my gratitude with the simple thanks, let me venture to extend my grateful reverence and thanks to the management and the principal who placed credibility in my competencies to coordinate this conference. It would of course not be possible to bring this conference a fruition without the help of my colleagues whose open-heartedness alone drove me to coordinate all the logistics incidental to this conference. So I thank each and every one of you for your peerless effort. This conference has been conducted till this moment exactly the way it is planned, and the resource persons, professors and other distinguished guests from Mumbai, Kinnari Thakkar from Mumbai University, Dr. Sharan Kumar Shetty from Malaysia, and Dr. Ramakrishna Bandaru from Central University, Kerala, and Dr. Wani, Dr. Suresh, and Dr. Shankar, like this, and specifically Dr. Clement from Hyderabad, who have shared their knowledge and who contributed their ideas in keynote speech, group discussion, technical session within the constraint of time really matters for this conference. I'm deeply thankful to all for paving the way towards MGM College down right from your hometown despite your head online and offline mode. The delegates you are the actual lifeline of this two-day conference who have presented their paper, turning themselves to the condition of this college. I regret for the time constraint, and I have a deep sense of gratitude to all of you, and please excuse us if any difficulties are faced by you during these 2 days international conference and your stay in Udupi. I wish all of us to have a long-lasting academic relation, keeping MGM College as a formidable interface, and I once again assure that the best selected papers by the peer committee, which will be selected by the expert committee, shall be published with the UGC care listed journal, and all the abstracts have been published in the conference proceedings with the ISBN number, for which I am really grateful to my colleagues like Dr. Manita and Mr. Vineet from Gandhi Studies, who helped me a lot in getting ISBN number, and I assure all the best papers will be published within 45 days in the UGC care listed journal. And last but never the least, my dearest students and my dear volunteers, and I must also remember the alumni of the college who have contributed and who have given their support. Dear students and the alumni, your support and cooperation in this conference, and you met with every tiny requirement of this MGM COMSUSCON 2024, which always remains precious in my memories. Thank you, my dear students, student volunteers, and may God bless you all. And please excuse me if I fail to acknowledge anyone from this august dais. Thank you one and all. Thank you once again, all of you, for your support. Thank you.
Thank you for your concluding remarks, Dr. Mallika. Today we have Dr. Sandeep Shanai as chief guest for the valedictory. May I now call upon Mr. Arun of 3rd BCom to introduce our chief guest to the gathering.
It is my immense pleasure to introduce today's chief guest, Dr. Sandeep Shanai. With over 30 years of combined experience in academia and industry, served as the head of Commerce Department and Compliance Director at MAHE. holding degrees in civil engineering, financial management, and management philosophy. His research centers in finance, stock market, insurance, and banking. He chairs doctor advisory committees, supervises PhD students, and has authorized numerous papers and books, earning accolades such as the Best Paper Award at an international conference. His study tenure includes notable projects with the Shapurji Palonji conglomerate. Driven by passion for quality, he bridges academia and industry gaps through workshops and conferences. Under Dr. Shanai's leadership, the Department of Commerce has flourished, witnessed increased enrollment, expanded programs offering at both undergraduate and postgraduate levels, and the introduction of specialized tracks, including PhD programs. With a focus on internationalization, he has spearheaded collaboration with 20 renowned universities worldwide, facilitating 14 MOUs to enhance global exposure and curriculum development. He has empowered faculty to establish 7 centers emphasizing experiential learning, research, and consultancy. Dr. Shanai's strategic alliance with accrediting bodies like ACCA and CIMA have secured accreditation for undergraduate programs. Furthermore, industry partnership with organizations like CII, TCS, and EY have enriched academic programs in logistic, supply chain, BPS, and ITTC domains. He has facilitated collaborations with ranking agencies like QS and THE, aiming for a top 200 global ranking, serving as a nodal officer for NAC accreditation. He coordinated assessments and UGC submissions for off-campus expansions. Recognized for his expertise, he led RBNQA assessments and contributed significantly to the IOE application. In 2020, he spearheaded MAHE's NEP 2020 implementation plan. Under his guidance, MAHE achieved an A++ NAC accreditation. Thank you for joining us today, sir. We are really honored to have you with us.
Thank you, Arun. Now is the time to hear our chief guest, Dr. Sandeep Shanai. Sir, the entire gathering is waiting to hear you. Over to you.
Very good afternoon to all of you, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, invitees, faculties, students, delegates, and all those who are present here, including the media. It is an immense pleasure to stand in front of all of you at the valedictory function of this conference. As all we saw in the video, the various inputs given by various dignitaries, and also during the sessions. One of the most important things for any conference is in terms of the papers which are being presented, the collaborations which are being planned, the networking which happens, and a friendship which develops. So it is something where you meet people, you discuss with people, you have networking happening, and that leads to good collaborations and good outcomes in future. So in a competing world, we need to be very, very careful in crafting our collaborations and make them make their outcome very productive. So keeping that in mind, conferences are very, very important. And I must congratulate MGM for organizing such a wonderful conference, inviting speakers from different domains. And most important, the topic of this conference is amazing, like what you call sustainable business development, breaking barriers and empowering change. So relevant in today's context. We see a lot of problems happening in the society. I'll just give you a few statistics for your interest, which may be of interest to you. The source of these statistics is Deloitte and McKinsey and some of the other agencies which are involved. It says 67% of chief executive officers felt concerned about climate change and the environment most, if not all, of the time. So what is important is, this is a global survey, and across the world, the leaders are feeling that climate change is one of the most important aspects which we should deal with. Almost 2/3 of the business leaders said climate change would greatly impact their business strategy and operations. over the next 3 years. 75% leaders said their organizations have already increased their investments towards a sustainable future, with 20% saying they had significantly increased their investments. Only 3% of the organization decreased their investments in a greener future. More than half of the leaders acknowledged that their organizations' increased investment in sustainability were encouraged by employee activism. 65% of chief executive officers admitted that regulatory environment was a driver in choosing to invest in climate change matters. So there are various motivators for the organization to be involved with sustainability. Sometimes you have to do it by force, sometimes you have to do it because situation demands it. As you see, these are some of the statistics where some cases it is driven by the need, some cases it is driven by the regulatory force. Regulators say we should do it, so you are doing it. So you do sustainable projects because you want, because the regulator expects you to do so. Organizations rank climate change as the second most significant concern for their business in 2024, following closely behind by the economic outlook. 84% of the CXOs agreed or strongly agreed that it was possible to achieve global economic growth while also reaching sustainability goals. 59% of the companies started using more sustainable materials such as recycled materials and lower emitting products. 59% increased their energy efficiency. 7,480 companies globally are working with science-based targets initiatives. 55% of the companies started using energy-efficient or climate-friendly machinery, technology, and equipment. And 50% provided employee training on climate change, climate action through 2023. So basically, you can see that companies are trying to make themselves relevant. They are trying to make themselves ready for all kinds of challenges what they are going to face. And climate change and sustainability is something which they are looking at as a major challenge. And in that, leadership's role comes very, very important. So what is important is they need to devise strategies to handle these challenges. So if you look at empowering change in sustainable global business development involves integrating environmental stewardship, social responsibility, and economic viability. So these three terms are very, very important: environmental stewardship, social responsibility, and economic viability. Organizations have to be conscious about these three. Unless they are conscious about this, it will be very, very difficult for you to sustain. It's not easy to sustain in a business environment if there are so many such challenges coming in front of you. So you have to be prepared for it. And as time goes by, the challenges goes on increasing. You must have heard about the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 different SDGs, and in those 17 different SDGs, there are goals which each of the countries which are part of that United Nations Pact have to follow. So over a period of 15 to 20 years, they need to look into achieving these goals. Some of them are in terms of zero emissions, zero carbon emissions, zero emissions. So there are so many goals which have been set in terms of pollution, in terms of water, in terms of environmental management, environmental friendly products, quality education, quality healthcare. So many goals are there. If you read, there are 17 different SDGs, and each of these SDGs have separate targets against them. So it is very, very important that each of the organizations look at these and try to make sure their operations are in alignment with these SDGs. You may be surprised that now many of the educational institutions have aligned their activities with respect to the Sustainable Development Goals. For example, where I come from, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, we are aligned ourselves with the Sustainable Development Goals. We are working towards many of them. If not all the 17, at least we have taken 6 or 7 of those SDGs as our targets. And we are working consciously towards improving in those areas. So it is very important that all, not only businesses, even educational institutions also have to look into how we are going to work towards these goals. And you may be have discussed it during this conference. Many papers, many research papers are being presented, published in this domain. So it's very, very important that all of you are aware about what are these SDGs, and you should also work towards that. Otherwise, over a period of time, you will become obsolete. So you have to make sure you understand what is sustainable development goals, what are the expectations from the organizations, what are expectations from the employees, from the stakeholders. That is very, very important. So to keep in mind the requirements, you need to look at certain strategies which is important for sustainable development. So one of them is to have a strong leadership and vision. Any organization which is planning to have a sustainable development should have a strong leadership and a vision. When you say vision, it should be with some kind of an outcome. It is like I will be having 0 emissions by so and so year, or I will be producing products which are most environmental friendly by a particular standard. So you have to have certain kind of vision over a period of time which is in alignment with the sustainable development goals. And this can be enabled only by a committed top management. So an organization where the senior leadership is not worried about this, they are just worried about the wealth maximization, or they are not worried about how we are going to contribute, may lead to some misalignment, and that may make the impact less. So it's very important that top management commitment is very, very important. And this vision, what we are talking about, should have measurable goals. Unless there is a measure, you will not be knowing whether you are working consciously towards that goal. So yearly what we should do, quarterly what we should do, these should get reflected in the sustainability reports. So each of the organizations should have a sustainability reporting, and those reports should reflect what are their goals and how they have achieved, how much targets they have achieved, and what is their end goal. Then apart from that, the organization should also have strong corporate governance and policies. So unless you have a strong mechanism, strong policies in place, these things will not happen. So policies should be defined and shared with all the stakeholders, whether it's the employees or whether it's the society. Everyone should know what are your policies and how you are going to deploy them. And also a strong ethical standard in terms of following those policies. One of the most important things in today's world is innovation and technology. You know that technologies are improving year on year, but then those technologies also should make sure that they are sustainable, they are environmental friendly, they do not harm the environment, they don't result in climate change. That is very, very important. So it is very important that whatever you are introducing, whether it is innovative or not, it should be very, very useful in terms of environmental friendliness. It should not lead to depleting of the environment or spoiling of the environment. Stakeholder engagement is also very, very important. Unless all the stakeholders are involved in the process, any process will not be successful. In a classroom environment, if you say, if a teacher and a student are there, and if both of them are not equally involved, the education process doesn't happen effectively. So important is that the education process, the teacher and the student both should get involved in an enabled environment, and that will lead to a good outcome. But if they do not involve, then it becomes a poor outcome. So same way in an organization also, all the stakeholders should be involved in the process. The society should know what is happening. Their inputs also should be taken. And then you should look at how you are going to address those issues. So you need to create an education and awareness with all the stakeholders. So unless the organization educates all its stakeholders of what it is doing, how it is working towards sustainable development, then only it will be possible for it to deliver its outcome very effectively. Today you must have heard a lot of reference to supply chain management. Many of the organizations, their quality of their product depends on their suppliers. So unless the suppliers deliver the material or the kind of product which they require, they will not be able to deliver the product or services what they are promising to their customers. So it is a kind of a long supply chain where there is at each level there is a person who is delivering and there is a person who is receiving. And each of them should make sure they are meeting their requirement of the next level. So when that is not happening properly, if the suppliers are providing you with a material which is not environmental friendly, which is not in alignment with your environmental policy, then you will end up giving a product which is not environmental friendly, or you will not be able to produce a product which is as per your expectations. So it is very important that in the supply chain management process, you should look at suppliers who meet your requirements. And those suppliers, it is your responsibility that you should try to educate them on what are your expectations. There is no point in blaming them and saying they provided a poor quality material and that's why my product was bad. You should ensure that they provide the material as per your expectation, as per your policies, and as per the sustainability requirements, and then go into trying to find out how that can be made better with training, with the inspections, how you can make the process much more efficient. Apart from that, there is always an opportunity for local sourcing. Many times people go kilometers away to buy a particular material which is available just nearby, thinking that somewhere far away is much better than locally sourcing. But you need to explore whether you can get the same quality of material meeting your environmental standards, meeting your product requirements, which is nearby. That is also very, very important, that in that way you are improving the effectiveness of your production system. Another important aspect is performance measurement and reporting. As I mentioned earlier, you have set certain goals, you have set certain metrics for measurement. You have to make sure those metrics are measured and they are reported, and all the stakeholders are aware what you are doing. So if they are aware, they will be able to understand how you are contributing to sustainable development, business development. So unless you report your activities, it is not going to be known to your stakeholders. So performance measurement and reporting both are equally important. And while reporting, it's important that you also should look at regulatory compliance and also should advocate the best practices. Another important aspect is financial incentives and investment. You must have heard about green financing. Green financing is something very new. It involves utilization of green bonds, sustainability-linked loans, and other financial instruments that support environmental-friendly projects. So these are very, very important terms which should keep in mind: green bonds, sustainability-linked loans, and environmental-friendly projects, to support environmental-friendly projects. So these are very, very green financing, they call it. And of course, some of the organizations will incentivize their employees and partners who contribute to the sustainability goals. So those partners which are actually helping you to achieve your sustainability goals, some of the organizations are encouraging them through rewards and incentives. Community involvement and social responsibility is another strategy where you take up various community projects, you invest in them to promote environmental and societal well-being. Social equity is another area which organizations should look at, that involves fair labor practices. Continuous improvement and adoption is something which is required. It is not that what you do today will be relevant tomorrow. So you need to look at how I can improve continuously to make myself relevant and sustain in today's environment. So, for example, ranking is one area. For example, colleges are going for NIRF ranking or any kind of world rankings. It is not easy to sustain at a particular level because competitors are coming, new methodologies are coming, so new expectations are there. So it is very, very difficult to sustain at a particular level. You have to work very hard, you have to anticipate changes, and you have to make sure you address those changes. So keeping all these strategies in mind, By implementing these strategies, businesses can drive significant progress in sustainable development, create long-term value for themselves, the broader global community, and the environment. So these are the things which benefits from the strategies which I just shared with all of you. In conclusion, the journey towards sustainable global business development in India in particular is both a challenge and an opportunity. It requires bold decision, decisive action, and unwavering stakeholder commitment. But if we rise to the occasion, we have the power to transform India into a beacon of sustainability and a model to the world. So let us work together, break down barriers, and empower change, because the future of India, and indeed the world, depends on it. So these are few of my thoughts which I thought I will share with all of you. Once again, I congratulate MGM for organizing this very relevant conference, and I must congratulate all of you who have participated and contributed to the discussions in the last 2 days. And I'm sure these discussions will be all fresh in your minds. And as you go further, you as responsible citizens should make sure the society is benefited by these kind of changes. The climate change, what we are talking about, we should be very, very conscious about it. And we should make sure we contribute to making our environment much more friendly, much more the resources what we are using, use them more judiciously, and ensure that for the future generations, they have something to dream about. So please make sure the learnings from these conferences you take back and implement it. That is very, very important. Otherwise, leaving the hall with an empty mind is not going to help us in any way. So let us go with the thought that we should contribute to the future sustainable development goals and make sure what we as a country aspires for, we should work towards that. So very, very important conference, and I'm happy that to be a part of this proceedings. Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Thank you for your enlightening words, sir. We are truly delighted. May I now request Professor Lakshminarayan Karan sir to present a memento to Dr. Sandeep Shana as a symbol of respect and gratitude. It really feels great to say that our principal has a significant part in the entire success of this conference. May I now request our beloved principal, President of the program, Professor Lakshminarayan Karan sir, for the presidential remarks.
Respected Varadaraj Bhai sir, Sandeep Shana sir, all the dignitaries, delegates, and my dear students. Yesterday and today we had a happy atmosphere in our college, sustainable atmosphere in our college. Thanks to Department of Commerce for conducting this two-day seminar, international seminar on sustainable development. This 2 days seminar, all the proceedings, they went well. Even from the starting welcome dance, we performed the local dance, that is the sustainable dance of the local area, and all the discussions. So in 2 days, here most of the deliberations, talk, they are all related to sustainable development and what kind of the actions to be taken. Seminar has discussed the barriers and what measures could be taken for maintaining sustainable development in our country. Here, the especially main topic is that this seminar has fulfilled all the requirements of NAC criteria. So that is mainly topic and involvement, all others. Here, academia, delegates, industry, and all others are involved here. So many, problems of the relating to sustainable development discussed here. Definitely, this seminar, has discussed a lot of things about the sustainable development. As Sandeep sir, he told that, see, one measure for controlling sustainable development is the supply side economics. Sir, my suggestion is that it is not only supply side, even demand side also. So when we buy the product, consumers, we must have the awareness that these products should not create any kind of ecological imbalance. So when consumers, we have that kind of philosophy, definitely we maintain a sustainable development. And sir said about American model for sustainable development in India. Of course, it may be a little bit difficult, right? So main thing is that in our country, major problem for all kind of the development is the population. Here, unless and until we control the population, economic problems of India, very difficult to control that. So when there is the called optimum population in the country, in India, like US, definitely that could be done. Anyway, seminar has discussed a lot of the things, and most of the proceedings we published in various kinds of the articles and others. So I wish the program a successful one. Once again, I thank the Commerce Department for conducting this international seminar. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. I request CABP Varadarayappai to present a memento to Professor Lakshminarayan Karan for constant support. We have with us today the biggest supporter for all our works, CABP Varadarayappai, Secretary AG Manipal. May I now request sir to speak few words about the conference.
Good afternoon to all of you. Respected dignities on the dais, respected teachers and non-academic staff members of all three colleges, my dear students and delegates from all over the country as well as world. Today we are going to conclude two-day international conference on sustainable global business development. And the conference itself is a very, very resounding success, because the number of papers that conference has received and number of delegates that conference has registered, and the way that MGM College has conducted the entire conference proceedings is an excellent one, and which can be imitated elsewhere also. At the same time, for the concluding session, you have selected Dr. Sandeep Shanai, and one of the profound professional with the knowledge of quality and compliance. He is heading the Department of Commerce, one of the largest department in the Manipal Academy of Higher Education. At the same time, he knows entire nitty-gritties of all the quality requirements and compliance requirements of entire university. He is an authority on quality and compliance, and we wanted to take his help, and we already taken a lot of help from him and his team for accreditation of all our academic colleges with the NAAC accreditation. And similarly, we wanted to have more of his help in training our staff members and building a very good team for next NIRF ranking and all of the things. And Dr. Sandeep Shanai, we seek your help once again, and entire team, and definitely, and they are going to see that not only MGM, all academic schools and colleges are being helped with applying for latest ranking and in the different domains. And one more thing I wanted to tell you is I would like to congratulate the entire team of MGM College who are responsible for conducting such a beautiful conference today and making it as a resounding success. Thank you once again, and congratulations to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a supportive and encouraging words. May I now request Dr. Devidas Nayak, Principal, MGM Evening College, to speak few words about the conference.
Dignitaries on the dais, delegates, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, very happy to associate myself in the valedictory function of this international seminar organized by the Department of Commerce. A happy note is that two departments in our college, one is the Department of Commerce, the other one is the Department of Computer Science, are really the beacons of the college, because they conduct a lot of activities. They really give the strength to the institution in many respects. Organizing the international seminar is not a small thing. Even the national seminar also, I can say that. But both the departments, Commerce Department is already completed the seminar, international, and other department is going to conduct shortly the international seminar. Both the departments have organized the international seminar as a big challenge. And happy thing is that, and it has been organized beautifully and meticulously. The other departments also do the same thing. And happy note is that a lot of delegates have participated in this seminar, and also more number of papers have been presented. And those papers are also going to be presented. And it is a wonderful experience for the students also, particularly for the students of MGM College, I can say that, to see how an international seminar is being organized in an institution like MGM College. Of course, it would help you in your future career also. So I take this opportunity to congratulate the Department of Commerce, all the department members for having organized this seminar beautifully. And moreover, Dr. Sandeep Shene has given a lot of inputs and insights in his valedictory address about this seminar. And I also congratulate Dr. Sandeep Shene for having participated in this seminar and also made a beautiful speech on this occasion. Thank you very much for giving an opportunity. Thank you so much.
Just interrupting the flow, the idea behind calling Sandeep Chennai for the valedictory is the birth of when the idea of organizing an international conference in the Department of Commerce is conceived. I got first suggestion from my principal that please you take the help, as well as by CABP Varadaraj Pai sir, that just go and consult Dr. Sandeep Shene. And I forgot, sir, in the beginning to include that, because in the yesterday in the introductory remark I mentioned your name, and as soon as sir told, the very next day I took an appointment with Sandeep Shene sir. Very, very enthusiastically he welcomed me and Miss Mamata, and we had a very good discussion with him, and I was very firm enough that we in the department will host the international conference with the theme sustainable development. I had only in my mind that we will have the theme with the sustainable development. Further, I was not knowing what to do. So I consulted Dr. Sandeep Shene, and he had showed me a route, and of course I should mention here Dr. Lakshmi Yogesh Pai, who helped me to craft this particular topic. So that is the main intention. When the first international conference is started by Sandeep Shene sir, and today valedictory he is a chief guest. That is the main motto of calling him as a chief guest in the valedictory session. Thank you very much, sir, for this support, and we wanted to collaborate with you in future also for such kind of endeavors from the Department of Commerce. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. It's the time to express our sincere appreciation towards our esteemed dignitaries for gracing the occasion and making this end moment meaningful one. MGM and the Department of Commerce will always remember you for taking the significant part on this occasion. May I now request Professor Vanitha Maya to present a memento to CA BP Varadarayapai as a token of gratitude and respect. I request ma'am to present a memento to Sri T. Rangapai as a token of respect. I request ma'am to present a memento to Dr. Devidas S. Nayak, Principal MGM Evening College, Udupi, as a token of respect. Thank you, ma'am. Now I'd like to request CABP Varadarayapai to present a memento to Professor Vanitha Maya, Head, Department of Commerce, and Dr. Malika Shetty, Coordinator, MGM COMSUSCON 2024, as a token of gratitude.
Well done.
Thank you, sir. Last but not the least, it's the combined efforts of all the faculty members of MGM Commerce Department who worked day and night for the success of this conference. May I now request CABP Varadarayapai to present a memento to them as a symbol of appreciation for their hard work. I request all my colleagues to come and collect the memento. Professor Anil Kumar B. Professor Mamata. Professor Girish. Professor Vikas Shetty. Professor Mamata Pujarti. Thank you, sir. In the inaugural yesterday, we witnessed the outstanding eye-catchy dance performance by our students. It's Mr. Prashant who was behind such a beautiful performance. Thank you, sir, for the wonderful choreography. I request Dr. Sandeep Shanai to present a memento to Prashant as a symbol of gratitude. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Vanitha Maya to present a memento to Mrs. Chanchalakshi and Mrs. Geeta of MGM PU College for the constant support throughout the conference. Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Dr. Malika S. to present a memento to Professor Manoj, Faculty, Department of Journalism, for the technical assistance and support throughout the conference.
I may now request Miss Kavya, the wonderful MC of this evening, to take a memento from CABP Varadarai Pai, sir.
There is a saying, gratitude sweetens even the smallest moments. May I now request Professor Girish, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, to do the vote of thanks.
Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I, Mr. Girish Rao, Faculty in Commerce, feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this valedictory program of 2 days international conference, MGM COMSUSCON 2024. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, convey deep regards and heartily thanks to Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Sandeep Shanai, Professor and HOD of Commerce, Mahe Manipal, for delivering the valedictory remarks. Thank you very much, sir. Today, my words are not enough to express the gratitude to CABP Varadarai Pai, Secretary, Academy of General Education, Manipal. Thank you for your constant support and direction, sir. My sincere thanks to Professor Lakshminarayan Karan, Principal, MGM College, for their help and support in various stages. And I would also like to thank Dr. Devidas Naik, Principal, MGM Evening College, Udupi, who graced us with their kind words and presence on this occasion. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Sri T. Rengapai, Director, Skill Development Center, Udupi, for accepting our invitation and be with us on this occasion. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank our beloved Head of the Department, Professor Vanita Maya, for her constant help and guidance that radiated a source of energy with us. We will ever remain grateful to you, and we thank you for being with us today. An event of this dimension cannot be happen overnight. The wheel starts rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team led by Dr. Malika Shetty, Conference Coordinator. Thank you, ma'am, for organizing such a wonderful program. Thank you, madam. I am very much thankful to all our current and former faculty colleagues and non-teaching staff members who always stand by us and motivate us. I feel proud and thank you for making this event a successful. I would also like to thank our motivated and dedicated student volunteers. I can't thank everyone enough for the involvement they have been shown and willingness they have been expressed to take on the completion of the tasks beyond their comfort zones. Thank you, student volunteers. I am very much thankful to the media personnel and the Department of Journalism for the live coverage of this event, and Mr. Satish and team for the support in sound system. I would have been impossible to organize it without your support. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank the honorable paper presenters and delegates and the student of our college who blessed us with their presence. I'm also very much thankful to the program committee members and the invited resource persons and the chairpersons. Words are not enough to thank their constant guidance and the support to shape the conference. It's time is money than today. You have spent millions for us. Thank you all of you making this event great successful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Our journey does not end here. Rather, it's just the beginning. The insights gained and the connections made here will undoubtedly shape our future endeavors. Let us carry forward the knowledge and inspiration we have gathered, applying it with dedication and passion in our respective fields. I thank each one of you for your active engagement and contributions that made MGM COMSUSCON 2024 a resounding success. Together, we are paving the way for a brighter, more prosperous future. Thank you all once again. Wish you all a good day. I request all of you to raise for National Anthem. जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
All the delegates, please drop your feedback form in the suggestion box. Kindly do that. And the certificates will be distributed outside. And kindly have the tea. Thank you very much.
In connection with Amrita Mahotsav program of the MGM College, Department of Commerce hosts a two-day international conference on the theme Sustainable Global Business Development. I wish the seminar a grand success. Thank you, one and all.
Hello everyone. I am delighted to know that the Department of Commerce, MGM College, Udupi, will be organizing of Academy of General Education, Professor Karant, the principal of MGM College, Udupi. I also glad to see the vision of Mallika Shetty for conceiving the idea of this international conference. I wish best of luck for the entire conference. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, this is Suresh, Senior Faculty Member from Government Degree College, Kukatpalli, Hyderabad. I am very eagerly waiting to see you all on 13 June at an international seminar hosted by Department of Commerce, MGM College, Udupi. My special congratulations to MGM College for successfully completing the academic journey of 75 years and unveiling their Platinum Jubilee celebrations.
Hello all, good day to esteemed guests, distinguished speakers and fellow attendees. My name is Srinidhi Vasan, currently a student at Hull International Business School. I am honored to send my best wishes for the International Conference on Sustainable Global Business Development.
Udupi is a coastal city of Karnataka, awaiting your participation for International Conference MGM COMSUSCON 2024. The conference is organized with the theme Sustainable Global Business Development, Breaking the Barriers and Empowering the Change.
Good morning to all the participants and delegates and the coordinators of this international seminar. Please actively participate and take the benefit of this international seminar, and I thank and congratulate my staff members in advance. They strive hard for the success of this international seminar.
Namaste. The Department of Commerce is organizing the two-day international conference. A hearty welcome to all the delegates from different parts of the country. I wish the conference a great success.
Thanks to all. MGM College Udupi, the Department of Commerce, is organizing 2 days international conference on sustainable global business development, breaking barriers and empowering change on 13th and 14th June 2024. A hearty welcome to all the delegates, teaching fraternity, corporates, research scholars, and all the PG students. Department of Commerce is highly expecting and extending a warm welcome to all of you to this 2 days international conference. Your presence will undoubtedly enrich the academic discourse and enhance the overall quality of this event. I, Dr. Malika Shetty, being a conference secretary, look forward to welcome you all to this 2 days international conference on sustainable global business development, breaking barriers and empowering change. A hearty welcome to all of you. Thank you one and all.
In connection with Amrita Mahotsav program of the MGM College, Department of Commerce hosts a 2-day international conference on the theme Sustainable Global Business Development. I wish the seminar a grand success. Thank you one and all.
Hello everyone. I am delighted to know that the Department of Commerce, MGM College, Udupi, will be organizing a two-day international conference on sustainable global business development, breaking barriers and empowering change on 13th and 14th June 2024. I consider myself fortunate to have grown along with this department. I am pleased to see this legacy continues under the leadership of Sri Satish Bhai, the President of the Trust, Dr. H.S. Ballard, the President of the Academy of General Education, Manipal, C.A. Varadaraj Bhai, the Secretary of Academy of General Education, Professor Karant, the Principal of MGM College, Udupi. I also glad to see the vision of Mallika Shetty for conceiving the idea of this international conference. I wish best of luck for the entire conference. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, this is Suresh, Senior Faculty Member from Government Degree College, Kukatpalli, Hyderabad. I am very eagerly waiting to see you all on 13 June at an international seminar hosted by Department of Commerce, MGM College, Udupi. My special congratulations to MGM College for successfully completing the academic journey of 75 years and unveiling their Platinum Jubilee celebrations.
Hello all. Good day to esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, and fellow attendees. My name is Srinidhi Vasan, currently a student at Hull International Business School. I am honored to send my best wishes for the International Conference on Sustainable Global Business Development.
Udupi is a coastal city of Karnataka, awaiting your participation for International Conference MGM COMSUSCON 2024. The conference is organized with the theme Sustainable Global Business Development, Breaking the Barriers and Empowering the Change.
Good morning to all the participants and delegates and the coordinators of this international seminar. Please actively participate and take the benefit of this international seminar, and I thank and congratulate my staff members in advance. They strive hard for the success of this international seminar.
Namaste. The Department of Commerce is organizing the two-day international conference. A hearty welcome to all the delegates from different parts of the country. I wish the conference a great success.
Thanks to all. MGM College Udupi, the Department of Commerce, is organizing 2 days international conference on sustainable global business development, breaking barriers and empowering change on 13th and 14th June 2024. A hearty welcome to all the delegates, teaching fraternity, corporates, research scholars, and all the PG students. Department of Commerce is highly expecting and extending a warm welcome to all of you to this 2 days international conference. Your presence will undoubtedly enrich the academic discourse and enhance the overall quality of this event. I, Dr. Mallika Shetty, being a conference secretary, look forward to welcome you all to this 2 days international conference on sustainable global business development, breaking barriers and empowering change. A hearty welcome to all of you. Thank you one and all.
In connection with Amrita Mahotsav program of the MGM College, Department of Commerce hosts a 2-day international conference on the theme Sustainable Global Business Development. I wish the seminar a grand success. Thank you one and all.
Hello everyone. I am delighted to know that the Department of Commerce, MGM College, Udupi, will be organizing a 2-day international conference on sustainable global business development, breaking barriers and empowering change on 13th and 14th June 2024. I consider myself fortunate to have grown along with this department. I am pleased to see this legacy continues under the leadership of Sri Satish Bhai, the President of the Trust, Dr. H.S. Ballard, the President of the Academy of General Education, Manipal, C.A. Varadaraj Pai, the Secretary of Academy of General Education, Professor Karant, the Principal of MGM College, Udupi. I also glad to see the vision of Mallika Shetty for conceiving the idea of this international conference. I wish best of luck for the entire conference.